Why am I so out of film? Why does this happen every time I stream? Swear to God. Swear to God, every time I start streaming, something happens. Why are we? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh my God. I can't have a single, remember, I can't have a single stream without some sort of technical difficulty or a weird hiccup. Yes, now we are normal. And we are also streaming, we're doing a multi-stream today. I decided, why not? Why can't I do both? So you can watch this on Twitch. You can see the perfect production values on both Twitch and YouTube. That's just the kind of man that I am. Also, I would love to have a more consistent streaming schedule, but I have a very, let's say, flexible work schedule where some days I'm available, some days I'm not. Yes, I know the Twitch side's working because I streamed on Twitch yesterday as both like just a gaming stream, but also to make sure that if I were to ever multi-stream again, it would actually work. But I think that my problem was I had the bit rate up way too high. Because on YouTube, I can send like at 12,000 kilobits per. I don't know if you guys care about. You probably don't care about that. Just know that on YouTube, I can send with a lot more data than I can on Twitch. I think Twitch has to be like a special partner to be able to upload at higher bit rates. But again, who cares? Hello, you guys. How are you doing on this lovely February 7th, 2026? I feel like after January lasted 5 months, February is like blink of an eye, right? We're already 7 days. We're already a week into February. And I already have like so many things I have to do this month. Next week is Valentine's Day. Like a week from today is Valentine's. Oh my God. We are really speeding through it. I also do have something I want to talk about. So I'm going to wait a little bit before I get into it, just because y'all know who I am. So there's no way I wouldn't have opinions about this certain topic floating around the internet. You're probably aware of it if you're in like streamer spaces, but just gotta talk about it. To be honest, I've been living in February for most of January. I don't even know time anymore, honestly. Because again, we were in January, which is a long time. I was like, I was today the 7th. Caught me while I'm live. What's good? Hello, thank you for watching. Yeah, I want. Okay, so what I want to do is somehow on YouTube put like a calendar up or some shit where it's just like I stream on these days. On Twitch, it's kind of like whenever. But on YouTube, I want to be more consistent with that. But I also, okay, so what I want to do creation wise, right, content side, is I want to get some stuff commissioned. I think my logo has been around for a bit, and I want to update it. I also want to do like maybe like a new banner and something like that. So I need to find something to commission set first off. And then if I start actually spending more time on Twitch streaming, I'm probably gonna do some new emotes and all that shit. I'm sending my wife into AKO 276, so we have something around over Housewives. Get your wife into watching scary shit on YouTube. Get your wife into watching The Darkest Corners. You'll thank me later. Yes, hi everyone. Hello. If you watch Smiling Friends, like hello, Mr. Frog, hello. Hi. Love you. Oh, she hates jump scare. No, 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 no. Trust me. If she watches like Nexpo or like The Vord or Chilling Scares, like she won't be jump scared. Just probably just afraid of humanity. Because wait, what? Just finished watching some Wuwa glazing. Oh. So yesterday on stream, by the way, for those of you who didn't watch my Twitch stream, you should have. But I found a game that was, oh my god. I'm gonna try to upload it to YouTube because oh holy shit, it was amazing. And I mean that in the worst way. It was it was a game. But I was looking at Wuthering Waves and I almost played it. But I was like, oh no, this is one of those free to play gotcha games. So like, nah, I'm good. I'm good actually. I am Gucci off of that shit. But one thing I did see that I didn't like, which is a lot of things, is Roblox. Yeah, you missed it. Maybe we could have convinced you, but you missed it. But I did download Karen, the climbing game, and I haven't played it yet. And I was thinking, maybe I'll play it on Steam. Maybe I'll play it tonight. Who knows? Ooh. Maybe I'll play a video game tonight. Oh, but one thing I did see, speaking of video games, was Roblox, and they have this. I guess it's just called Dream. It's yeah, real time dreaming, and their demonstration was just fucking. I mean, I guess I can show you, right? This isn't gonna ruin anything. Yeah, it's just this. Like, look at this. You look at this, and you tell me this isn't just Expedition 33. Like, this is what they generated. This is their new AI generation. Real time dreaming, create entire worlds based on your imagination, right? Based on your imagination. And what is the first thing their imagination comes up with? Woman in a glowing cave. That's the prompt. Now, maybe you haven't played Expedition 33. So if you haven't played it, let me show you. Let me show you a place from Expedition 33. Okay? And maybe this looks familiar. Does this I want you to look at this place, right? I want you to really drink this in. Really study this background, right? We even have the one with red arrows. Really study this background. Really let your peepers let your peepers peep this, all right? Oh, here, perfect. Here's my L, all right? Again, I really want you to focus on this. Now we go back to here. Your eyes do not deceive you. Don't worry. I'm not tricking you. This is what their imagination came up with. Give me a sword. Oh wow, and that pose. And that hair. Oh. Whoa. What an interesting design. Weird how we just said a woman in a cave and they came up with literally Expedition 33, which, fun fact, this isn't even a cave. Like, this isn't a cavern. This is an underwater environment. This is just my L. Make the sword on fire. Okay. And also, a dragon attacks. Now, mind you, this dragon looks straight out of Monster Hunter, right? Like, just looks straight out of Monster Hunter. Penguin on a glacier. Why was this one actually accurate? And also, it's like, you can't you can't even pretend that this is an actual game, right? Because games require coding. And you can't just be like, oh, so all the games are gonna all have the same control scheme? Like space and shift are all gonna do the same thing. There's just movement. That's it. Aztec warrior flying a Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl is not like a type of species. It's a particular, it's a specific, oh man. To say a Quetzalcoatl is a specific entity in like Aztec mythology. It's not like a unicorn. It's not like there's a race of them. Yeah, this looks worse than fucking Lair. This is like a worse version of Panzer Dragoon. Land and disembark. I love. First off, it didn't do it. And secondly, don't you want a video game where you have to prompt, you have to type in land and disembark? I love a game like that, honestly. Yeah, that was the shit that got me upset. I was reading the chat. Itchy the Witch is a good fucking series. It's great. Descartes is best girl. But yeah, anytime, I feel like I'm old hat at this point. Anytime I see some AI bullshit, you guys know I'm gonna talk about that. You know I'm gonna talk about that. Hey, you're walking in clouds. Exactly. You're in the clouds. Are we gonna talk about the Emeru stuff? Of course we are. You know who I am. There's no way we weren't going to talk about this. You know me. You knew that was coming. But like I said before, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So if you see me respond to something that's not on either one, it's probably because I'm talking about the other one, right? But you have no idea. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. And that's what I was waiting for. I wanted to have like my usual amount of people before I start, and then usually like things pick up later on the stream. But I didn't want to do the normal like, oh, let's go to the. Okay, do you guys want me to get into it, or do you want me to do like the normal stuff? We play some games, we guess the shit. I get mad because the game's not real or whatever, and then we talk about stuff. Or do you want to just get to it? You want to just get to it? We can do it. Yeah, I'm good either way. Get to it. Okay, everyone's saying get to it. Okay. All right, so a little background before we dive into it. If you guys don't know who Emeru is, you might have heard of her at least recently, within the last like couple of months, because during TwitchCon, she was like assaulted by someone, and then afterwards, the whole thing with her and Mizkef, they're talking about their relationship and how she's like has an order against him and how he's been abusive. Like that's what she's been kind of known for now. And then now what's happening is someone in her chat asked her this. So I'll set it up and we'll get to it. Let me just make sure. Let me put my headphones on. I don't know why I'm announcing that part, but so this is what her response was to this question. She was asked, we're gonna work actually the closest. We're gonna work backwards though a little bit, okay? We're gonna unravel things the way I unraveled it when I first saw it. So first, this is sort of the inciting post, I would say. I mean, 21 million views, 50K likes, 2,000 comments. So this was the account that I saw it on. Just throw away whoever, right? And Maru's asked her thoughts on Ice. If you need a streamer who doesn't eat, okay, we'll just play. We'll just play. We would just play it.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting.
Okay, thank you for subscribe. Oh shit, you subscribed to my Twitch. Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you for that. I was not expecting that. Really, thank you. But let me start the video over. I gotta change that alert sound. It scares me every time.
On ice? Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to like say their opinions on like important topics. I get that, right?
Which is strange to me because content creators sharing their opinions on topics is a strange concept, right? Me personally, I would never do that.
But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like, just stop. Like hello. Like, I don't like what. Like, how am I gonna? I don't know. Get help. Like, even like I don't know. Like obviously I don't like dislike any of the political streamers except for like some of like the really bad ones. I don't really like them. But it's like
I know it sounds normal.
I
We'll get
don't
to it.
understand how in the first place people care so much what they say. I guess it's because they just have a lot of reach or influence. But it's like, why are you listening to them in the first place? I don't know.
Okay, so on its surface, that sounds innocent enough, right? It's, hey, why are you looking towards content creators for validation, right? Why are you looking for them towards your political opinions? Which in that instance, I do agree. I do think that while influencers, content creators can put you in one direction or the other, that ultimately you shouldn't be relying on other people for their information, only relying on them. Go do your own research, get a wide breadth of knowledge before you make your opinions. I get that. However, if we go back to the beginning, this is what we ask, right?
Like, there's a certain extent.
Thoughts on ice. Now, here's the fun part. The person who asked her was a mod, and not just any mod, her mod, who also mods for Asmongold, right? So this is the mod. You can tell because they have the mod symbol here on Twitch. That's what this means. Ali Kitty. So what are your thoughts on Ice Hasanet at Imaru? It's so dumb. Like, what does a streamer saying fuck Ice validate? It makes no sense. So then once you start looking at it from a different lens, which is no one actually brought this up besides her own mod. And if you're a content creator, if you're a Twitch streamer or streamer in general, you can quite simply ignore a question. I don't get that many chatters in my streams, but there's even some stuff I miss and ignore. She has much, much larger audience than I have, right? She might have hundreds, maybe thousands of messages flying across the screen. So why would she stop and read this one if she isn't knowledgeable on this topic? And yes, why would her mod even bring it up? That is weird. Okay, so now you're starting to see now it's spinning. So now it's spinning, right? And then it was, where is it? So God, I bookmarked so much. So then I started seeing people's response to it. And it's like, politics, haha, I don't know, guys. I'm just a gamer girl. Thank you, Curb Stomper, for 15 subs. By the way, mods, ban the guy typing in Spanish, please. I mean, just funny. But this is a sentiment that I hold dearly. I'm not political. Influencers piss me off. They value a follower count over having a spine. Ooh, I don't know anything about politics. You are a grown adult. Stop acting like you're too much of a small being to educate yourself about the reality outside of your bubble of luxury built upon pandering to illiterate porn addicts. Stop infantilizing or infantilizing, Jesus Christ, yourself to avoid making people uncomfortable and just admit that you don't give a fuck about human rights violations. Now, if you have seen my content, which most of you have, this is why you're here, I would assume, or maybe you're just bored on a Saturday. Either way, thank you for joining. Like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. But in my most recent video, I talked about something I called the jelly roll defense, and I believe, let me check before I believe I still have that clip up here. I'm just gonna see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, I have it. So this is what I said. So tired of that argument because you know what it is? It's the if you were paying attention to the Grammys, it's the jelly roll defense. We'll call it the jelly roll defense now, okay? It is when people are very obviously aligned with one political party or ideology that they know is unpopular. So when they're questioned on it, they just go, "Man, I just love everyone. Man, I just want to talk about. I don't so tired." So yeah, so in even shorter terms, right? The jelly roll defense is quite simply. Now it's not something new, but I just said jelly roll because he just recently did it. Uh, punished. Shut up. Um, Essentially, like I said, it's whenever the person being asked a question like, "What are your thoughts about uh what's happening around the world? What's happening here?" They want to do the whole, "Ooh, ooh, I don't know, man. I don't really follow politics. I'm not really educated on that." Like Jelly Roll himself did that, and then you see him handshaking and hugging like Donald Trump at like his fucking event. You know what I mean? You hear him hanging with like Christy Nome, and it's just like, oh, so like you can't ask him a question like that because he's not political. But then here he is pictured with President Donald Trump. Oh my god. Can I go to images instead? Yeah. Here he is with Christy Nome, right? Jelly Roll picture closer to Christy Nome and resurface snaps just days after Singapore. So it's like, and yes, this is obviously here when he was heavier, but it's impossible to be like, oh, I don't have opinions on this. I don't even pay attention to politics, right? I don't follow that. So with Emiru saying that she doesn't follow politics, right? That she's like, oh man, why would you need a streamer to validate you? Is super
Okay,
disingenuous.
sure. I get people wanting big content creators to like say their opinions on like important topics. I get that, right?
She
But
gets
it's
that.
like if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like,
And see, and this is the framing is what I don't like about this. Because what it really is saying is I have the luxury to not give a shit what's happening with the world around me because I'm protected by my finances, right? It won't affect me. I could do this job from any country. It doesn't really matter to me. As long as I have internet connection and I have money, I'm happy, I'm fine, right? That's what this screams to me. It's also kind of disingenuous to talk like this when like your BFFs with Asmongold and Tectone. Like you had a podcast with them. Like you I like the people she's associated with heavily are heavily political. So it's like you can't be like I don't do politics, I don't follow politics, right? Like you can't use that excuse when as part of what I can only consider to be a sweeping job happening, you have Asmongold saying this.
Getting mad at Emmy for not wanting to comment on politics. I'll talk about that later on. I want to talk about right now. But yeah, I did see that. It's just stupid. It's of course, right, the usual suspects, right? The same usual hostile, aggressive bullies on the internet.
By the way, the irony of him calling people hostile, aggressive bullies is also not missed upon me.
It's like you're either with us or you're against us. You either have to tell us our opinion back to us, or we attack you as if you have the opposite one.
Again, the level of self-awareness he has is negative.
Which is bullshit. They're assholes. They're terrible people. And I don't know why anybody really... I don't see how people that do that can think that they're in the right at all. I don't. But it's very frustrating for me to see something like that, especially whenever it's someone who's not even involved. Like, it's basically like these are the people that say that, well, nothing is politics if it's my opinion, but anything that you agree with isn't politics.
Yeah, so it's again, we don't have to. He's sweeping. Also, I'm sorry, I'm being mind blown about this shit. What do you? He's doing. He always does this though. It's what they do. They act like what they do is okay, but when other people either do what they do or they accuse what they do, then it's saying like, oh, these guys are mean, these are bullies. Meanwhile, this is what he says about Emeru, his $1 million friend. But when it comes to other people,
about this, but at the end of the day, I'm glad that more people are starting to speak up against it. And I'm glad that, I'm going to be honest, I'm glad that more creators are getting hate on social media for not supporting ICE and for making.
so doesn't want people being told their opinions. I think that's bad. They're bullies. But he likes it when people who don't agree with his opinion are getting hated on for not supporting ICE. I love a consistent king. Never change, Asmongold. You're probably going to eventually stumble upon this. If you do, never change, man. You're so right. You're so based. I love how consistent your moral fiber is. Your spine definitely isn't made of jelly, and they don't call you Asmonfold behind your back at all. You're great. But these are people she associates with, right? And I find that hard, extremely hard to believe that she is unaware of the current politics happening. But the big point I want to make about this particular angle, and then I'll go further because you know how I do, is the fact that, God, he says such awful shit. But is the fact that all of this is just extremely disingenuous, because the question that was asked wasn't like, what are your opinions on like the current administration and how they're governing, right? This isn't a topic that you need to have extreme political knowledge on. And that's something I've been saying in my most recent stuff. Like if you guys, again, if you saw my last video, I specifically addressed that. I specifically was talking about how people, exactly, no one on his ideological antagonistic side even asked the question. It was his mod. It's not just a mod of Star Wars, it's his mod. It's Asmongold's mod, who also mods for her. So that's weird too. But when you are in this environment and you are hanging around these people, it's not asking for validation. And that was like, make it bigger. That was the framing that I hated. People weren't asking to be like, tell me my opinions, please. What they wanted was, hey, I have been supporting you for X amount of times. We are seeing the complete collapse of the fabric of our democratic society. We are having ICE agents literally, like Alex Preddy's killing was ruled a murder, a homicide, right? Like it was ruled a homicide by USA Today. Like we have it here. I'm not bullshitting. People like to think I'm like making shit up for some reason. Here you go. Oh my God, fucking. Killing, medical examiner rules Preddy's death as a homicide. Please don't. You always do Google? Thank you. So, homicide, right? That means he was murdered. They killed him. ICE agents literally killed the man, right? And so when you see that happening in your society, right? Your fans, your followers, they want to know, as a human being, not just my favorite entertainer, but as a human being, do you have the moral capacity to call this out? And when you're fence sitting on something as cut and dry as someone getting murdered by agents of the state, by agents of our government, they want to know, why is that the case? Why are you unable to just say, I think what ICE is doing is bad? Like, I'm not even saying you can say fuck ICE. I mean, I say all the time, but just to be like, you can be as PC as you want. I believe that the way that ICE is going about their duties is wrong, and that no one should be killed by police, or no one should be killed by an agency. Anything like that, even something close to that, they'd be happy. But the fact that you're trying to be like, why do you need a streamer to validate your opinions, is a shield. Because now we know where your opinions are. And I'm sorry, I hate the whole I'm a small bean thing. You're 28. You're almost 30, okay? You don't get to pull that card. You live in this country. It's insane for people to always try to use that defense. Like, oh, I don't really follow politics. Are you an idiot then? Like, what are we talking about? Like, legitimately, you can't get away with that. That's like if the IRS was coming after you because you haven't filed taxes in 30 years. You're like, oh, well, I don't really pay attention to how the government works. Well, too bad. Learn. Oh, I don't vote because I don't really care about elections. What the fuck? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Be an adult. Squid Tips has a point about people like Zach like to sit in the comfort of their homes and mock. Yes, exactly. They sit and they mock because, I mean, ultimately for Asmongold, he's afraid of the world. It's so obvious. He's afraid of the world. He's too scared to leave his fucking house. He constantly sits around and starts to make judgments about people, calling them parasites and evil. Meanwhile, he doesn't do anything with this part of his civic duty. He doesn't fucking vote. He doesn't do anything but foment anger and hatred. But to be like, oh, I'm just a small 29-year-old and I don't know how politics works. Ooh, how do taxes works? Hey guys, what's a tariff? Like, I am so tired of this just anti-intellectual fucking disease in this country. We have to stop babying adults. People are babying the goddamn president. People are babying ICE agents. People are babying all these adults who know right from wrong, who've made it to age 70 plus. Like, oh, well, you know, he just didn't mean it. Or I just don't follow politics, you guys. No one's asking you to know who like the prime minister of like fucking the UK is. No one's asking you to know about the political workings of like the diet in Japan. What they're asking you is, hey, people are getting murdered. How do you feel about that? Like imagine if your house was being burned down. There was a rampant arsonist going around and they're just like, oh my God. Like, okay, let's say you guys asked me a question like that, right? Like you're like, hey, TTBN Gaming, I subscribe to you on YouTube and I've joined your memberships. I don't have memberships yet. I joined you on Twitch. I followed you for years. I've been supporting you. And I just need to know, man, like there's been a super intense rash of arsons happening in the area. My house was burned down. My mom's house burned down. Like, just what are your thoughts on arson, you know? And I'm just like, sorry, guys. I don't know enough about fire. I don't really pay attention to fire like that. Like, why are you asking me, a guy on the internet, my opinions on people being burned alive in their homes? Like, what do you need my validation for? And it's like, what are you talking about? Are you a human being? Yes or no? People are getting murdered. Children are being literally stolen from their families, sometimes being used as bait against their family. And you're telling me you pay attention to none of it. You're on the internet. You're on Twitter. You see none of it. Your best friends are literally talking about it nonstop. And you know nothing. You know zero things. Like, what life is that, dude? Like, what? It's so insane. Speaking of VTubers, Asmongold dogs the VTuber on his stream and his fans are defending him for it. Listen, man, that's a sentence that I wish surprised me, but it doesn't. It doesn't, man. But that's what I'm talking about when people are babying people. And like I've stated multiple times, we have a problem with putting up with the worst people, these losers, legitimately losers. And we're putting on these pedestals. And because they are awful, terrible people with no moral fucking upbringings or upstanding qualities, they make it easy for people to not aspire to be better, right? That's why Asmongold gets all this protection and defense, even from the goddamn government. Because if he is upheld, then what they want to do will be easier to digest. Because there won't be people with a large influence fighting against it, because they can just stick their fucking hordes against people, right? I still get it. People come and say, oh, I'm obsessed with him because of my Twitter, which I'm like, do you not know how Twitter works? You can type in any word in anyone's fucking thing and it goes back forever, right? But I'm like, okay, if the worst you have against me is that I spoke about him on Twitter, awesome. He has condoned the murder of entire groups of people. He has condoned genocide. He uses damn near stochastic terrorism on a day-to-day basis. He doxes people, from what I'm just being told. He does awful, terrible shit. But I'm bad and cringe and awful because I talk about how much I don't like that guy. A guy who has, unfortunately, a lot of power on this space. I'm the problem. Meanwhile, he's a big content creator, and he picks on creators like Naira because they're trans on the internet, right? But like this is the dichotomy they've created where those people should be protected, not marginalized communities, not you know, people who don't really have much, right? Not even in the creator space, like smaller creators. Nah, fuck them. They're never going to succeed because they only have 200 followers. But this guy with millions of subscribers and millions of dollars who lives a life that he will never have to worry about anything ever again financially, who actively uses that wealth and that power to oppress other people, whether through, again, sending his rampant racist right-wing audience towards them and targeting them. Nah, he's cool because he sits in the smelly house with a white t-shirt. He's not like that dirty socialist Hassan who actually goes out into the streets and puts his money where his mouth is. Nah, that guy's fake. My dude is the guy who sits in this family house that he could easily fix with a blink of an eye, refuses to do so, lives in squalor, wears the same 3 shirts every day, but barely bathes, and is just ranting on the internet about how much he hates minorities. That's a cool regular dude. Like, it makes you wonder what it will take for Emily's exit. She's not going to say anything. These people aren't going to say anything unless it fucks up the bag. That's it. That's the whole thing. These people are only motivated by money. Does Hassan actually practice what he preaches? From all appearances, yes. Yes. He goes out to these marches. He donates to the campaign. He does door knocking. His podcast, but someone in my comments said it's not a co-op. It is a co-op. It's the five guests, it's the 4 hosts and Marsh. It's a co-op. Like, he does practice what he preaches. His merch comes from union made shit. I bought it. It's expensive, but it's union made, so it's getting more expensive. And it's like I said, you don't have to like somebody in order to support their policies, right? You don't have to. I like the fact that a person who has attained wealth is still like, this system is unequal and we should fix it. Because then it goes to show you people aren't just in it because they are suffering. Regardless, right? If they make $1 billion or $2, they're still like, hey, this is still a messed up system. If it means that we all make a little bit less so we all benefit, that's a better outcome. Like, that's literally my worldview. I don't think we should have billionaires. I think billionaires existing is a failure of a system. No one person should have so much resource that they can basically outstrip an entire country just by pure financial means, right? And we've experienced that for decades. We have the top 1% that continues to gain an obscene amount of wealth in this country, and you're seeing the material conditions of everyone else deteriorate. For some instances, completely evaporate almost overnight. You have people who are putting like food on Afterpay and Klarna. Like, and then you see these rich assholes talking about how, well, the wealthy need tax cuts because they generate that much wealth and they make these jobs. Who works these jobs? And again, all of this, I know I kind of got off topic, but like all of this plays into what's happening right now, where you have people who are seeing what happens when you are poor and you are a minority in this country, and they're seeing it across the entire planet, where they are targeting the most vulnerable people. And then people who are trying to protect them, they'll kill them. They will kill them. And then you have your entertainers who, guess what? I'm sorry. They also live in this world. They don't live in a special bubble where entertainers are exempt from the horrors of reality, okay? They should have an opinion on things like this, because this is a human situation. This isn't like, again, oh, who has the best economic policies? I don't know. I don't know who in particular has the best economic policies. But if you were to ask me, hey, do you think the police should kill people? I'm not going to be like, oh, that's a hard topic because, I'm not educated on the criminal justice system. I mean, personally, I am. I have a degree in that. But it's like, I'm not educated to know how this works. It's like, no, I don't think the police should be killing people. And if you're afraid to say the most lukewarm statements like Nazis bad, ISIS bad, then you shouldn't have an audience. I'm so sorry. Actually, not sorry. Because what you're saying is the audience that you've cultivated over however many months or weeks or years or whatever are full of bad people. But you need their money. So you're going to be like, no, it's okay. It's fine. I'm just going to ignore them and be like, oof, I don't want to piss off the racists who pay me money. So I'm going to just say, why do you want to hear my opinion? It's dumb. They want to hear your opinion because you're a fucking influencer. Like, goddamn. Yeah, I've heard ICE hasn't been paid for months, and I love it. Yeah, trying to do the whole, I'm just a dumb hillbilly. Like, no, that don't work. Hillbilly, right? That dog don't hunt no more, though. You can't. Exactly. You don't have to know. It's like when people talk about, oh, the situation in the Middle East is really complicated. It's actually not. It's really not. And it might sound like I'm being ignorant, but it's, if you break it down at its core, there was one side doing genocide. Like that's the core of it. This isn't a land, like, oh, it's a land dispute. It's like it's one side doing genocide. When shit gets that simplistic and you're still like, oh, I don't know. It's like, so either you were benefiting from this situation or you are truly terminally stupid. Like, that's it. That's it. Exactly. If you have a platform, I don't care. Listen, my platform is microscopic compared to the people I'm talking about, right? But you do have a duty to utilize your platform in responsible ways. It's so dumb to me, like, oh, well, it's politics. I don't care about politics. Politics care about you? People are like, oh, I don't care about politics. I don't care about politics. And then they voted for Trump. You know what the first thing they looked up? What's a tariff? Oh, so now you fucking care. Now you care. Because you know why? Because now it personally affects you. I was talking to my friend who's in the chat right now, actually, about her building her computer. Her GPU, her RAM costs damn near the same much as the GPU. RAM used to cost, like, if you're getting good RAM, like $100. You could get decent RAM for like fucking $40 or $60. And now you can't. And now Nvidia's saying shit like they're like pulling out and there's no memory. Like the memory shortage, right? What do you think that's from? Do you think people suddenly decided, yeah, you know, we don't need RAM anymore. Yeah, we don't actually need this kind of technology. They just decided that? Or do you think there was something that happened that involves the scary politics that led to a shortage? Do you think there's a piece of technology that's been really, really taking over the world that might eat up a lot of RAM? And do you think the people who are behind the technologies have deals with governments? And they're allowed to purchase large quantities of RAM wafers, like 40% of it, all of it. You don't think that might cause issues? Remember when everyone was Bitcoin mining and that caused issues? Now our government's like essentially Bitcoin mining. You don't think that's going to cause that? You don't think tariffs are going to make things more expensive for you? You don't think that affects you? And the people they're watching, unfortunately, it doesn't affect them because the price is the same to them. Because if it's $100, $1,000, they have 4,000 subscribers on Twitch. They have $20,000 a month. They can burn $2,000 on a computer, no problem, right? But most of you guys can't. People aren't apolitical, they're apathetic. And for the most part, their apathy is due to the fact that, quite simply, it doesn't affect them. That's it. There is no such thing as an apolitical person. People do this thing with politics where they try to mystify it, right? Try to make it this abstract, unknowable thing that's so confused. Just go about your day and let the people in Washington handle it. Politics happen at a day-to-day level. And every time I explain that, I get so many people in my comment section mad at me. right? Like, you say all art is political. Of course it is. You say games are political. Of course they are. What are you talking about? What you choose to put and not put in something is political also. Politics isn't just the things you're voting for. Politics is basically people's personal beliefs made law. That's it. You believe that, because you're a piece of shit, you believe that Somalians are all criminals. Okay, how are you going to then enforce that? How are you going to make it something that you can benefit from? I'm going to pass a law that says if you are from Somalia, you have to pay a 40% loyalty tax. So we know that you are loyal to this country. Oh, you can't afford a loyalty tax. Oh, well, I guess you go to jail. Oh, what so happens? This jail's for profit. One of my buddies owns a for-profit jail. So we're going to send a deal with him where if you can't pay it, which you won't be able to, you go to jail. And then he gets money, I get some on the side. That's politics. You want to learn about politics? I'm not telling you to drop out of school or anything like that, but like, look at the streets. People who deal drugs, politics. Politics right there. You go to high school, you're engaging in politics. When you were in high school, were there cliques that people had? Were the cliques put together by immutable traits or interests? Was there an in-group, out-group? It's politics. That's how it is. In the next like year, you probably won't even be able to buy a PC legitimately. Like it'd be too much of a luxury. I'm fortunate enough that even at the current prices, I can, if I budget a bit, I can afford like a new graphics card and shit like that too. But I also know I'm not in the same situation as other people. But that does not change my worldview or my morals or my politics. Someone left a comment on my video saying that Israel is not doing a genocide and that they hate black people, Palestinians hate black people. I don't believe that to be true on either fronts. But let's say this latter was true. Guess what? I still do not want them to be genocided. My beliefs don't rely on what's popular. They don't rely on what would give me the most likes. Clearly. People keep saying I have an echo chamber. I'm like, please tell me where this echo chamber exists. I would love to take a vacation in my echo chamber. Just give me a week of nothing but niceness to me. Thank you so much. It's Black History Month. What's your rig? You making games? No. I just play games and record stuff sometimes. I used to be a Let's Play channel, but we stopped doing that. We stopped doing that. I just play games for fun and also maybe to analyze. But my rig I'm running, I have I think I bought a 4070, 4060. I'm probably gonna upgrade to a 5060 or 5070. Yeah, I have a Core i 1090K or 10900K, and then I have a RTX 4060. And just my entire picture. Exactly though, right? Like, I am fully aware that while I don't have the best situation financially, right? I'm not wealthy by any stretch of imagination. I work 6 days a week. I have a job like most of you guys. I'm a wage slave, right? Open your box. Yes. Open your box. But I'm a wage slave too, right? I work today. But there are some people who can work 30 hours a day, more hours in their times in the day, and still not make enough to like eat food. Oh, you finished the drawing. Everyone clap. My friend finished the drawing. But like, people are just so self-centered. I'm like, I don't understand this, man. I don't understand this. Pro-Zionist, nothing more than new Nazis. Israel. Yeah, Zionism is Nazism. Just done the other way now. It's what it is. But like, there are so many people who are in positions that, let's be real, are enviable, right? Like, I would also like to be able to just stream to you guys and make like $30,000 a day, right? But that's not happening here. But they're in these enviable positions, and it's like, if anything, the least you could do is be like, ice bad, get free social credit, people are going to be like, that's what's up, you're so base, you're so cool. But these people are hyper online, and their audiences are also hyper online people who are, let's be real, in this space, extremely right-leaning, whether because of them being radicalized by the likes of an Asmongold or fucking apparently inadvertently Jeffrey Epstein. So all their framework is through the lens of what does the most harm. I'm angry and I'm directionless. Ooh, this streamer who I find attractive, we're talking about Emery now. The streamer who I find attractive, who I'm simping for, I'm angry, and I'm gonna make her my idealized woman. So I'm gonna give her all this money. I'm gonna make her pay attention to me, even though she won't. But she can't say things that would break the illusion, because I want to live in a world where hot women are fucking conservative as hell, and they love it when minorities get put in their place. So if you say anything against that, you break my illusion. I can't give you money anymore. And that's where these guys are coming from. Because I'm gonna be straight up, a normal person, like, let's talk about people outside of like the hyper online space. When normal people saw what happened to Renee Good, they lost their shit. Like, when people were marching in Minnesota, it's not the middle of summer. It's like, it was like fucking negative degrees out there. It was snow, it was freezing. And people were out in there for hours protesting and marching. People are not as insane as these hyper online bubbles. But the people in these bubbles, whether they are the audience or the creators, are so captured and so afraid of pissing off their own audience that they would rather be silent in the face of unimaginable cruelty so they don't risk the bag. That's it. That's what this ultimately boils down to. That's why whenever a streamer does in fact say, dude, this government sucks, ICE is terrible, you know what they get hit with online? You're virtue signaling. You're fake. Because these people, you can only be genuine if you're a piece of shit. Because that's what they support. That's what Tectone got supported. Dr. Disrespect gets support. Asmongold gets support. Miskip gets support. Everyone who's been known, either legally or just throughout the online space, known to be bad and terrible, gets support now. Clavicular, fucking ran someone over, does meth, is a racist, gets support. Nick Fuentes, a little gay Mexican man who's too afraid of his own sexuality, who's also a out and avowed white supremacist, gets support. Sneeko gets support. Myron Gaines gets support. All some of the worst, Andrew Tate, some of the worst pieces of shits to ever walk the planet are getting support. And so people like that. They want that because they just care about the finance. They don't care about the actual impact. But we all know woke is coming back. And they know woke is coming back. So either now they're trying to be more silent or slightly walk things away, right? Even Nick Fuentes, who is, again, a white supremacist, is trying to change his image up a little bit. I say little because he's making merchandise to basically be like pedophilia is cool, which is the next, by the way, the next thing that people on the right are going to try to justify is pedophilia. And I already knew that was coming because the people in the gaming anime spaces and the way they talk about lolicon and how they're like, actually, it's completely normal and it's fine. They're not gross. It's like, this is priming for pedophilia. And this is where we're at. Oh, yeah. Yeah. These people are going to try to normalize pedophilia. We've known this, at least I've known this for years. The way they talk about the age of consent laws, the way that they talk about lowly characters as a whole. If you remember one of my videos, when I was talking about how they were describing why Hestia from Hades 2 was bad, but Hestia from Danmachi was good, the Hestia from Danmachi is just a lowly with big boobs. That is it. And they're like, she's my queen, she's base, she's peak. A lot of these people are pedophiles. That's why our government is full of them. And it's not a coincidence now that suddenly they don't want you talking about the Epstein files, while suddenly they want to talk about lowering the age of consent. Why this? You know, you can in this country, in America, what? Child marriage is legal. in 34 states. Think about that. Child marriage is legal in 34 states. I remember specifically, I think it was in like Louisiana or something like that, or Kentucky, where they were like, no, don't raise the age of consent or for child laws, because I met my wife, you know, when she was like 15, I was like 30, and we've been together for 20 years. Like that is where we're at. So this was always going to be the outcome. And now you're seeing it. They're going to try to, I promise you, they're going to try to normalize pedophilia. Make it seem like, well, because what they'll say first is, well, technically it's ebophilia, right? And whenever you make that distinction, I'm like, it's the same look I give you when you know a little bit too much about the age of consent in multiple areas. So you see that, and then you see every time, like you understand why, like they, like the Gooner games, the free gotcha games, how they always have a lowly ass character, and that character almost always happens to be really, really well loved in communities, and not because they're just so cute. It's like, no, it's because of they're pedophiles. Aren't you the guys who came up with maps? Hey, listen, I know who you are. You've been commenting on my channel all day today. So I'm gonna address you right now. What you're doing is you are protecting awful people. Okay? You have been consistently all day, and I'm actually glad that you're here. You've been consistently all day, coming up with the most insane takes, and no one's agreeing with you. You defend the yeah, I do. And you're transphobic. So what did you think was going to happen? What do you think was going to happen? No one here defends maps. Maps weren't created. See, this thing too, you guys think that everything you don't like, you just attribute it to, my ideological enemies. They did this. They did this. Meanwhile, the party you support is full of actual pedophiles. Like, on the list, pedophiles. Confirmed pedophiles. But you want to come in here, but didn't you guys do, like, do you see what you're doing? Do you see how pathetic that is and how bad it makes you look? And you're trying to be like, I defended a trans person. Oh my God, how dare I? Meanwhile, people on the Epstein list fucking assaulted a trans person. So, like, you can't come in here trying to be like you're protecting the children. I hope that's not where you're going to go with this. Because, buddy, if you try that, you're going to get destroyed. Just straight up. That's what's going to happen. He admitted to it. Don't even know what you're talking about. Listen, I'm trying to help you here, man. I'm trying to help you. Your logic doesn't hold. It doesn't hold, man. People who aren't stuck in these bubbles understand these things. This isn't like a big conspiracy theory. There's no, you guys created maps. There's no. Like, really, I want you to really think about this. You want to be transphobic. Where in your life, at any point in your life, has the existence of a trans person negatively impacted you? When was the last time a trans person stole your job? When was the last time a trans person made it so they don't pay taxes and you pay more in taxes? When has a trans person created data centers that poison communities? Like, your inability to understand different people, you don't hate them, you hate the ideology. Hey man, it's not an ideology. This is what I'm talking about. You've been falling for so much propaganda, you quite simply don't know what you're talking about. So by that logic, is being cisgendered an ideology too? Are there tenets of being cisgender? Is there a practice attached to being cisgender? This is on ultra low latency, so you should be responding pretty quickly. They came up with the term map to treat people pedophilia behavior. Who's they? Start putting names. Who's they? Who's they? You said therapists. Are we talking about certain therapists? Like, because you're assigning something that a small percentage of people may have done to an entire group. And if we go down that chain of logic, you can say that about literally anyone. Guess what? White people created chattel slavery. So I should be justified then by saying, I don't hate white people. I just hate the ideology. And then push for white people to be institutionalized, right? Like, in fact, here we go. Here we go. Since you're here. Since we are here. Okay. So I just typed in. All I typed in, here, I'll show you. I just said arrested for CSAM. Boom, right here. White guy. White man. So I should attach everything this person has done to all cis white guys, right? Because they must share the same ideology because they're cis and white. So Matthew Bills, you're all just like you were all Charlie Kirk, you're all Matthew Bills. That's how this works now, right? That's not the same at all. You're deflecting. No. I'm not deflecting at all. I'm asking you. I'm using your logic. You nebulously said that they, meaning anyone, right? They create the term maps in order to treat people with pedophilic behavior through therapy and whatnot. If by this terminology, you're either talking about therapists, which is different. I'm trying to debunk. What are you talking about? I don't know. That's not the same. I'm deflecting. Again, what I'm saying is, you said, sorry, not you, Shazam, my bad. Dr. Boshi, I don't hate the ideology. You're saying that there's an ideology behind this, right? So, if that's the case, this is a white cis man. Because you're saying trans is an ideology, which means cis also has to be an ideology. The left came up. Okay, so you see how that makes no sense though? You don't know who came up with it. You say the left. Who in the left? You can't start using this nebulous terminologies to try to strengthen your point. Let's come up to humanize pedophiles. You guys only cared about the Epstein list when you found out you could use it against Trump. Yeah, dude, because people weren't mad at Jeffrey Epstein. People weren't mad at pedophiles prior to that. You are so captured. You want to talk about ideology? Look at what you're doing. You are ranting about the left. The left came up with maps. The left did this. You're fighting ghosts, man. You're making shit up. Because you know deep down you're wrong. You're just mad. You're mad. You have nowhere to aim it. And so you fell to an alt-right pipeline, and now you're just mad at the left for everything. For everything. Like, do you think people only don't like pedophiles because of Trump? Because you understand that the Epstein shit happened under Biden, right? Like, you get that, right? It wasn't under Trump. Alt-right isn't a thing. Okay, so you're delusional now. Alt-right is 100% a thing. Alt-right is a thing. You're being delusional. And I know you think you're the good soldier fighting the good fight by coming in here and act like you're all wrong and insane. But I'm telling you, the alt-right pipeline is a real phenomenon. The alt-right is real. That's what they call themselves. The Unite the Right rally was started by alt-right, self-proclaimed alt-right, the alternative to the right, because the right was seen as too conservative, as too cowardly. Well, the alt-right aren't like that. They're different. They're not these old fogies. They're young and cool and hip. It is a real thing. And since you want to bring up, I believe you also brought up how you think the left, do you think the left owns therapy? Because therapy for MAPS is a specialized, often comprehensive mental health service designed for individuals who experience attraction towards children or young adolescents. The primary ethical focus of such therapy is prevention, harm reduction, and management. So there are people who are like this, right? This, in terms of therapy, is used to try to reduce that. It is a mental issue. Like, I know people don't like people say it, but it is a mental issue. I'm not. So then what are you saying? Because now it feels like you're backtracking, dude. And please don't try the trolling defense either, because that's just not going to save you. Because I can pull up the massive amount of comments you've left on my videos alone today. I'm trying to give you a genuine chance, dude. I'm trying to genuinely talk to you and reach to you. I'm trying to genuinely do this. I'm going to need you to not try some, oh, I'm trolling, I got caught and I'm trolling bullshit. So again, you came in here after posting multiple comments on my page doing this, right? And so now you're getting the attention you wanted. You're getting the attention you wanted. And now that you're getting it, now it's kind of, ooh, shit. Did I really think this through? I didn't think he'd respond. Oh, he's responding. Oh shit, did I think this through? Do I actually have nothing of substance to say? Am I just regurgitating? I know you're still here, dude, so. Yeah, you're still here, so let's keep going, man. And I don't really care if you're a kid or whatever. Then you definitely should not be falling for this shit. But you are here and you are trying to, I know what you're trying to do. You're not the first person to try it. Don't be the last. It never works because you guys don't have anything backing you up. You come in here, right? And then if things don't go your way, you can always pull out the I'm just trolling card. LOL, I can't believe you fell for it, right? And then go back to your bubble and be like, oh man, I got him so riled up, right? But I'm going to try to talk to you like I've been genuinely. The things that you are saying don't make any sense, right? You've brought no evidence to anything. All of your claims have been thoroughly destroyed. And when I'm giving you opportunity to explain yourself, then you try to deflect and you talk to the random chatters in here. Don't talk to them. Talk to me. You came in here with an idea, right? That you were going to come in here and disrupt things. And now you're getting called out. You are saying the things that, okay, The things I say make no sense. Like what? I can explain anything that I've said. So what doesn't make sense? What has eluded you, though, that what I've said so far? I'm giving you the floor. I'm pausing the flow of my stream. Transphobia isn't real. I don't take people who say that seriously. Okay, so what about transphobia is not real? Because before we continue, just so we have the same definition, transphobia isn't just a fear, right? Phobia is not just a fear. It is a fear or irrational hatred of something. That's what a phobia is. It's not just a fear, right? Because that's like saying, well, people can't be homophobic, people can't be Islamophobic because they're not afraid of them. It's hatred. You don't hate them though, but you do then. You can't say the way that trans people are particularly treated doesn't exist, but say, but I don't hate them though. I hate the ideology. Because now we're doing back to what we did before. There is no ideology of being trans. Much like there's no ideology of being cisgender. There's no ideology of being heterosexual or homosexual. These are not ideologies. Like an ideology forms the basis of an economic or political theory and policy. That's an ideology. So again, saying transphobia isn't real, just because you say that, that doesn't make it true. Because we have tangible evidence throughout the decades to disprove that. I mean, the fact that you're hyper focusing on trans people to begin with, you came in here saying you defend Naira. You already don't like trans people. You already believe these things. Those things you hold to be true or false, though. What is it like? Why do you not like trans people? What about the ideology do you not like? Because something tells me in the real world, you've probably never interacted with a trans person in your life, man. It's communist propaganda. Okay, so do you not like communism or do you not like trans people? Like you're now you're switching to completely different things. Communism is not anything to do with being trans. Communism, now we're talking about political and economic ideology. That has nothing to do with being trans. It is fair to say there's heteronorm ideology, which is about restricting gender expression. It's not cis ideology, but it does push compulsory heterosexuality. True. Do this trolling, please, man, stop. No, here's the thing, though, and I said this before. I hate the trolling defense, whether it's from the person saying it or someone separate, because people can just hide behind that whenever they want. And he says he's not trolling, so let's go with it. If he is trolling, okay, then we just show how pathetic someone is to come on their Saturday night to go in someone's chat room to do that, right? So either way, I come out smelling like roses. And it's also good for people who maybe aren't familiar with what I do or who I am to see that I'm willing to engage if you're going to talk like this. I'm willing to engage. If you want to say it's communist propaganda, okay, explain it to me. And if this is like your entertainment, that you come in here and just spout shit like this, then you're going to get bored before I do. What if he's a bot? Could be. It's just you only learned about me today. I don't think you learned about me though. I think what happened was either my tweets or my video came up on certain messaging boards or on certain subreddits, and because I've been an approved target, you came in here hot. But now that you're actually speaking to me, you're like, oh shit, maybe these people are actually wrong because you've given me nothing, man. You've given me nothing. You've given me nothing. I've given you 20 minutes. You for sure find it through his favorite content creator. True. Probably. But if you've just learned about me today, then let's rewind a bit. Let's say you're being truthful. You just learned about me today. And instead of observing or watching my content to get a full scope of what I'm like, you immediately came into my stream and just said, you defend Naira. You not liking Naira off bat lets me know how you came into contact with any of my stuff. So I know where you're coming from. You want to pretend that you aren't coming from these spots, but you have to be. Because who comes to someone's chat for the first time they met them and said, you defend Naira? How would you know that? The first time. You just heard about me today. So how would you know these things? It's because you didn't just find out about me today. You started going into my comment sections today, but you didn't find out about me today, man. You saw in one of my videos. You realize that I know the videos I've made. So the only video I have like straight up just talking about Naira and defending her is from months ago. So you wouldn't have just found that arbitrarily. Like, you're not understanding that what you're saying quite simply can't be true. I know how my algorithm works. I know how my content's distributed. You're just saying stuff now, but also you're stalling. You haven't said anything about how communism is related to being trans or anything like that. So I'm going to give you one more opportunity to get back on topic before we're just done, right? Like that's what we'll do. So again, you are now saying that the trans ideology is communist propaganda. I'm gonna be real with you, big dog. I don't think you know anything about communism. I don't think you know anything about Marxism. You're probably gonna use the term cultural Marxist. I don't think you know anything about Marxism. Cultural Marxism is not a real thing. Transphobia is, but cultural Marxism is not. Like it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. How is it not real? Wow, I was literally explaining it because I knew you were going to say that. And again, you are not answering my question. It is an anti-Semitic far-right conspiracy theory, right? That this says that it is an ideology to destroy Western culture by infiltration, by talking about identity politics and all that stuff. It is quite simply not real. It is as real as the Great Replacement theory. It is a literal far right conspiracy theory. It's anti-Semitic. It's not a real thing. Like it's anti-Semitism. That's real too. Okay, man. So it's getting kind of redundant now. This is getting kind of redundant now, right? Like you don't believe the Great Replacement theory is true. You don't. You don't think it's true. See, I was willing to engage with you in actual like conversation to understand it, but you don't believe that shit's true. You don't believe the replacement theory is true. You are regurgitating things that you've heard in these spaces because you think this is like a good waste of your time, I guess. I don't know, man, but I think it's pretty pathetic that you would come on a Saturday night, willingly come into my stream and be like, hey, transphobia is not real, but the great replacement theory is. Like, that's... Yeah, saying like the alt-right's fake and the great replacement theory is true. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man. But this is a good example of the shit that these other content creators who are bigger won't do, right? Like the Emerus, the Asmons, or whatever. They won't engage with their audience in a way that might ruffle some feathers, that might lose some subscriptions, right? Because they're too afraid of that. They're too afraid of that, right? They want to be able to just make money and not have to voice any opinions and not, you know, rock any boats and be fine. That's not how I operate, though. I don't give a shit. I have to stop drinking out of every stream. I drink out of a green cup. I don't know why I do that, but I just do. Oh boy. But there are streamers in this space who are obviously left-leaning, right? Who aren't afraid to talk about this shit. Like one of my goats. Like one of my goats, Denims right here. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. This is my first stream drinking out of the green cup.
Like you talking about it?
This is one of my goats. This is Denims talking about the situation.
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud. No, it tells me everything I need to know about the character of someone who talks about things this way. I don't know why this, I mean, it's intentional ignorance, but that's okay. It tells me everything I need to know about this person. If you are fine with commenting on things you don't know about when it benefits you, when you know your audience will like you talking about it, that's one thing. But then for you to use an opportunity or ignore an opportunity where you...
That's why I support social media ban before 15. 10-year-old kids fall into icebreaker pipeline and become like this. You know what, though? I still can't support the ban because there's also children who get educated about a multitude of topics that they won't be able to have access to where they're from. Ultimately, I think this responsibility still relies on the parents, which may be conservative of me, but I do think in this instance, yeah, parents should be involved. Like, if your kid is like, hey, mom, I think the great replacement theory is real and cool, you should be like, okay, Timmy, we're going to put you in re-education camps and we're going to get rid of your internet.
You could talk about something maybe your audience doesn't.
Because then what also happens too is, let's say they're exposed to the internet years later, right? Where the rest of the world, that we've been online for the entire time, they're gonna have no fucking idea how any of this shit operates. They're gonna be falling for AI shit left and right or at higher clips. They're gonna be just completely left in the dust. I think there's too many factors to consider by just having we'll just ban it. We'll just get rid of it for children.
Like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit, but you choose not to. You're just siding with whatever your chud or chudette audience wants to hear.
Exactly.
She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say fuck ICE. It's not that hard of a concept.
Exactly.
You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying fuck ICE. What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say fuck ICE.
And I will say on top of that, it's so funny when people use that excuse because they will also then tune into fucking Asmongold and take his opinions about world politics seriously. This guy's a WoW streamer. Why is he allowed to voice unendingly about politics and be taken seriously? But then when someone's like, hey, can you tell me your thoughts on ICE? It's like, why do you want to learn about politics from a streamer? I'm not capable of answering these questions. I don't do politics. Oh, my mistake. Let me go tune in to watch a fucking Hutch make the 1 millionth political mistake. Like people are three-dimensional beings. It's so stupid now, especially like, okay, I know this is only a 2-minute video, but like I'm gonna make a point. It's gonna be a little bit off topic, but I think it's still valid here. Okay, this is like people saying wrestling's real, and when they find out it's not real, they're like their whole world view is shattered. When I was 10 and I found out that wrestling was fake, I stopped watching wrestling for 10 years. Not because of like I didn't have a 10-year-old grudge against wrestling, but like I fell out of it. I got into more the different things, right? But now I've gotten back somewhat into wrestling, and I appreciate it more because these people are real people. They're three-dimensional, so they're putting on an act, sure, but they also have real opinions about shit. AEW just recently, the whole crowd chanted "fuck ICE." Do you think the people in the crowd are all political commentators? Like, let's see. Do you think the people
Last night on AEW Dynamite, there was a very powerful moment during the main event that saw Brody King versus MJF. But the moment came when the Las Vegas crowd started
AI?
heavily
Whatever.
chanting "fuck ICE."
Do you think the people in that crowd were political commentators? Do you think the people in that crowd were so tapped into the ongoings of like the legislative branches of our government? Or do you think they are normal people at a wrestling event who were like, the conditions and the situations happening outside due mostly in part by this administration through the hands of ICE is extremely fucked up, and I'm voicing my displeasure as a regular person? Like, when someone says, oh, I'm not qualified to say that, these are people who are most likely drunk and are still aware enough to be like, fuck ICE, actually. So that's why I like the whole I'm not educated shit doesn't fly. I'm not asking you to explain how we got ICE to begin with. Answer is simple. This is a response to 9/11 after the DHS was founded, right? But I'm not asking you to talk about like what bills were passed in order to get ICE funded, or are you going to call your senator to put pressure on the to Congress to not pass these bills? No one's asking that. Yes, it's basic empathy. People are asking you as a human being. You can't say you don't have a reaction to a very human situation, because then what are you saying? You know what I mean? Like if someone was like, hey, do you use math? Do you do math? And your response was, I don't really follow numbers like that. Like numbers aren't my thing. It's like, do you do math? No. Do you know 2 + 2? Yeah, it's 4. She got asked 2 + 2 and she says, why do I know about numbers? I'm an entertainer. Why do I know about numbers? Please, Emery, what's 2 + 2? Why are you guys? I'm not a mathematician, you guys. I didn't study numbers. You don't come here for numbers, right? You came here because truthfully, to be completely honest, I'm not being mean, I have no idea what Emery's content is. Like I really don't. Contrary to what people think, I don't follow these people like that. But even so, you're being asked at this situation, a normal question. Like this is what blows my mind. If there was a massive explosion, let's say fucking what's it called? Like, let's say like Yellowstone just goes nuts, right? And they'd be like, damn, what do you think happened? Isn't that Yellowstone thing crazy? How many files? Like 100,000 people died. You have no opinions on 100,000 people dying in like a huge volcanic accident. You have no opinions on that because you're not a geologist. You're not a volcanic expert. Like, do you see what I mean? I have opinions about video games. I'm not a game designer, right? I'm not a developer. I'm not a publisher. I can still have an opinion on it, a basic opinion. I could say this game plays bad or this game sucks. Okay. Not super in depth, but you gave me your thoughts on it. I'm not asking you to, from a technical standpoint, like, and yes, her mod asked her this. Not being facetious, talking as someone who lives in Europe, you have more guns than people over there. Why not more images of protesters and community organizers openly carrying? I will answer that question. I'll get back to this video. Because we know in this country, open carry does not trump people's, unfortunately, their identities. So the people protesting, if they have guns, and people who protest by and large is a diverse group. So if they have black people, Hispanic people, Asian people out in the streets with guns, they will open fire on us. They absolutely will. They've done so in the past. People are trying to not give their opponents a reason, even though they can use any reason. Alex Preddy, for example, was shot and killed. He was in an open carry state. He had his permits, and they still killed him and tried to lie on him, right? They wouldn't even do me the dignity of trying to lie. They would just kill me. And then what would happen is people will be like, oh, he's black. Oh, he probably has fucking record and he didn't pay his taxes on time. I mean, I do pay my taxes, but like he had a parking ticket. I don't. But like they would just make shit up. Like if I don't know if you are familiar with what happened with Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice, the police were called on him and he died within like 7 seconds of meeting them. They saw a black boy, shot and killed him immediately. And then you know what they did afterwards? They started pulling out rap sheets about his parents. Because at the end of the day, this country is full of fucking bootlickers. And those bootlickers love the taste of shoes, okay? So they will, that's why you don't see people in America with guns protesting. Unless they are Nazis. Then they get to have guns. This is why I don't get, because people protest clearly isn't working. People are still being rounded up in concentration camps. Yes, but people also know that them bringing guns to this environment only then brings the hammer down harder. That's what it is. Like, we're not going to get into a shootout with fucking ICE, right? Because obviously the regular people are going to get murdered. And people who have nothing to do with it are going to get murdered. And they're going to use that to clamp down even further. We're doing this, people who protest to show obviously social displeasure, but to put pressure on our representatives. Because if we have to take to the streets, you failed somewhere. And if we have to use guns, then it's a wrap. Then these losers get their LARPing fantasy being in a civil war and killing minorities indiscriminately, right? Like, that's what it is. Did they need an excuse to shoot the gun then? No, I mean, come on, you guys. Like, it's like if you are walking into a store, right? And let's say the store is open carry, and you're coming in armed to the teeth. It's open carry, but you're also making people uncomfortable. And we know in our society, when large groups are uncomfortable, people who look like me are the ones who suffer. Charlie Kirk got popped by a white bread fucking like Mormon dude, and there were bomb threats sent to HBCUs in retaliation. Yes, for the most part, they don't need reasons, but when they do get a reason, they go above and beyond. And so what we don't want is a protest to talk about the ills and evils that they're doing to be overshadowed by there were people with guns on the left and they shot at people. Because then they can fabricate any story they want. Like, imagine the Renee Good and the Alex Preddy situation if they both had guns in their hands, right? You know how easy to be for them to spin it? People are aware of that. And that's just the sad truth, man. We know how this shit works. You're not going to be able to exercise your rights when they get to determine what those rights are. They'll just lie. And then the more you have on you, the more they can lie. People will believe anything. People will believe that Renee Good ran over the fucking officer. People believe that Alex Preddy was a terrorist because the administration said that. If the administration could be like, look at this evil guy, he has a gun, and there's a minority, it's a wrap. It's GG's. You'll never have a left-leaning Kyle Rittenhouse situation. You never will. Because any violence done against them is abhorrent. Any violence they do was necessary. So that's why.
And I don't know if you know this. If you're an adult in this country, you should be the minimal amount invested in politics.
Yes.
Because you live here. There's this weird idea in America, especially, where like you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics. What?
Also, the people who say that shit are the ones who have the worst kinds of politics. If you have ever, and if there's any, I don't know if there's any women watching this. Well, I think at least there's one of my friends. But if you have ever done online dating, you probably understand this concept very, very well. On most dating sites, they let you to list your like what you're looking for and then like political affiliation. At least like on Hinge, they let you do that. I'm a woman. Okay, thank you. Clap for the one woman. Thank you. My my percentages are slowly but surely going up with women online. But you have the option to look at someone's political leanings, right? Like I know, especially on Hinge, it's like you can have someone be like moderate. They can be, oh, I have 2 whole women in here. Hell fucking yeah. New sub, hell yeah. Don't worry, I'm finna go crazy in March. Don't you worry. It's gonna be so allied out over here. It's gonna be crazy. Trans, if that counts. Are you new here? Are y'all new? Y'all don't think trans women count? Of course they count. Trans women are women. But yes, my win percentage is going way up, man. Pretty soon I'll be able to have a starting 5. But going back to the point, a lot of men, what they do, and oh, you've been here a while? Hell yeah. So a lot of men, what they'll do is they'll lie. I don't know if you guys noticed, but sometimes men lie. But they'll lie about their political leanings because they know their political leanings. They know they're fucking Republican, they're conservative, they're moderates, whatever, right? But they know that's extremely unpopular. So what did they say? I'm apolitical. What did they say? I don't really pay attention. I don't really do this. Like there's been like videos exposing this, right? It's political dating, I think it's what it's called. Yeah, like it's not dating non-political men. Like there's this one video that I love where this guy is like talking about how he has to, oh, I can just Google this, right? Men pretending not to be conservative get dates, which is so fucking lame. There was why guys are lying about their political beliefs, right? Moderates and Republican, women warns men are lying about who they voted for on dating apps. Yes, like this is next time. This is what I'm talking about. Like there are multiple experiences. I know this is also anecdotal data, but like it's the preponderance, right? There are men who will be like, well, I don't really do this shit. But it's like they know. They are 100%. They are 100% aware that their policies and their belief systems are abhorrent and that will prevent them from getting with a woman. So they'll lie. They'll say they're apolitical. They didn't really follow politics. But then you have a 10-second conversation with them and you know exactly where they lie on things. You see conservative women don't do it for them anymore. Conservative women have never done it for them. This might come off as misogynistic, but I'm sorry, it's true. They settle for conservative women. They always want the liberal left-leaning woman because in their eyes, they get to dominate someone. She went through her liberal blue hair feminist phase and I came in there and I fixed her up and I made her into a nice trad wife and now she stays at home with the kids and I go and cheat on her. like that's the thing, because at the end of the day, these people have reprehensible politics and policies that reflect who they are as people. Like that's why they can't find anybody. That's why you have them pushing so hard to end things like no-fault divorce, right? That's why you always hear them talking about repealing the 19th Amendment. Because if women have less rights legally, then they have to rely on men more. So women will lower their standards even more so. And I say all that because when someone who has obvious either conservative leanings or ideas about particular topics, they will straight up lie and be like, well, is this popular to say? No? Okay, then I won't say. I'll just say, I don't really focus on that. I don't really do this shit because, who pays attention to politics? Who really cares? I just love it. Again, the jelly roll defense. It's the jelly roll defense.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your.
Well, hold on. You live in Turkey. America legit became Turkifying. Don't let Trump take another turn. I mean, listen. If the Democrats actually go with spine, it'll be an easy win. But if they don't, which is looking more and more likely, I don't know, man. Anytime I hear variation, I'm not into politics. I know they're right winger. I love to troll them by asking questions, seeing them squirm. Exactly. And my thing is too is stand 10 toes down. If you truly believe this shit, then why are you afraid to admit it? Like, I don't think I've made any fucking compunctions about where I'm leaning. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. I don't think I've made any sort of, I think everyone here knows where I lean. I think everyone here knows my political beliefs. I've never shied away from that because I believe what I'm talking about. These people either don't or are too afraid, which to me is one and the same. You can't be so raw about this shit and then I have to pretend I'm not conservative to get a girlfriend. Okay, so what you're telling me is that A, you have zero riz, and B, your convictions are so fickle that at the drop of the hat, when it's most convenient, you will turn them off. That's wild to me.
Fucking country. You don't get to be like, well, I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not going to pay for it. You can't say like, well, I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff. This is by far like the, I think, dumbest American quality. Saying I'm not into politics. When did people on the right get so...
My goat Diddums, once again, speaking truth. And but you know what? I will say, I love the fact that people, like I've been saying before a while now, there has been such a shift, even in this space, where people are like, I'm tired of this shit. Approaching your 30s and not knowing anything about politics when you're living in the country currently being affected by current events involving ICE is embarrassing. And if you pretend to not have a political stance so you don't lose your racist viewer base, speak on it. That's even more embarrassing. People don't ask you for a political opinion because they think, thank you guys for another follow. But people don't ask your political opinion because they think you can teach them. They're asking so they can decide if they want to continue to support you based on your morals. I'm not saying everyone is required to speak up, but if you are truly apolitical, then just shut the fuck up and don't speak up in the first place. Exactly. Hey, can you tell me something about, tell you something about after there's something that bothers me? I don't, you want to tell me something that bothers you? Nobody cares about politics is someone asking their thoughts on minorities. It's how was that saying go? It's like, oh, like these people aren't racist or anything. Just don't ask them about how they feel about X group. I don't feel it's dumb to be apolitical, especially global, national politics, or state level. No, I think I gotta disagree with them there, Wizard. I think it is dumb because, again, I think people again keep looking at politics as if like this huge thing. Like again, I'm politically aware, but I'm politically aware about things within my purview. Like I don't know what's happening in let's say like Australia at the moment, right? I don't know what's happening like all over the world, but like on a global level, I'm aware of some things because they affect other things. And on a national level, you have to be aware of that shit. I live in this country. And on a state level, depending on the state, yeah, I have to be aware of this shit. Right? Being unaware of something has never been beneficial to anybody, ever. It's aware. It's like, it's no different to me than like people trying to promote abstinence, right? Like people are going to have sex. Well, some people aren't, but like people are going to have sex. So I would rather they know what they're getting into than be like, just don't talk about it. They won't do if we don't talk about it. If I just go through life and not worry about politics, then I'm fine. And then you get a job and you're like, hey, how come I'm paying so much in taxes, but I'm not seeing anything in return? Uh-oh, politics. Oh, they lowered the wages for children workers, or not children workers. No, they lowered the wages for youth workers, which they did in, I believe, Nebraska. I'm not a hypocrite though, because I just said I'm not aware of other places' politics, but I'm aware of what happened in Nebraska only because I saw it today. And it's like, oh, that sucks. Like if you're lowering the wages for youth, then you're shortchanging them, right? Like that can have a trickle down effect in a bad way. About people glazing on fan made redesigns. I don't know what point you're trying to make with that. If you're pushing the world being political, you have no zone to stay. Honestly, Mr. Mirror, big facts. Big facts. If, and I will say this too, and I'm going to kind of echo what Denim said. Being not politically aware is such an American thing. It is such an American thing. Because most of the Americans' politics, unfortunately, are really rooted in foreign policy. So other nations bear the brunt of America's viciousness. We get small glimpses of it. I mean, if you're a minority, you see it more often than not, but like as a citizen, we get small glimpses of it. But people have had their entire countries decimated because of Western intervention. So they are also hyper aware of what's happening here because it literally affects them. But it is a really American quality to be like, I don't have to pay attention because I'm not going to get bombed by our military, right? But you should pay attention because even if they're not bombing you, you're in the richest country in the world, but you can't afford healthcare. You're in the richest country in the world and you have to work 2 jobs and have a roommate just to survive because rent's unaffordable. American propaganda has told you places like in China are bad because they're communists. Then you see most people our age or younger are homeowners and they have socialized their system, and housing is more affordable there and healthcare is more affordable there. And then you start to see on a global scale, we are a laughing stock because education wise, we are one of the dumbest. We have the highest amount of incarcerated people on the planet. We have the highest budget for military, yet our education is garbage. Our quality of life is garbage. Like America looks so extremely xenophobic because they're willing to bomb anybody, but then they treat their citizens almost worse than any other first world country. Like that's what. And many Americans believe they are unaffected by this because they are conditioned to believe this is how the world has to be. They're conditioned to believe that you have to go into debt if you want to go to college. And if you go into debt to go into college because you were told that the American dream was education, well, you're stupid because no one forced you to go there. Even though from a young age, we are literally conditioned to seek higher education. Why? To get better paying jobs. But then you find out, well, who decides what job is worth value? Because it's certainly not from a production standpoint. Otherwise, factory workers and teachers and janitors will be making hundreds of thousands of dollars. But that's not the case. So then you go into these schools with these majors that you think are gonna make money, like business. And then you had so many business majors learning the same system that when like they all graduated and got these jobs, we had a bubble burst, right? And then suddenly your bachelor's degree in business doesn't mean shit. Now you need a master's degree. So now you're working as a barista in Starbucks, no shade to baristas, with a master's degree in economics, but with the bachelor's degree in economics, because you don't have a master's, and now you have to pay off your debt, you're stuck here. Because America, its educational system, has always been just the longest job application in the world. It's been the longest job process in the world. That's it. Yep. Like I'm living in a second world country, but paying for ambulances baffles me. Even Balkan countries have free healthcare. Exactly. Exactly. And I've been to other countries, and that's another thing too about Americans is Americans are so cucked. I'm saying this from personal experience, like personal experience. So many Americans don't travel because they believe travel is the luxury of the elite. And they think Americans have a very production heavy mindset. If we aren't constantly producing something, then we're being lazy and we're missing out, right? We're not making money. Like, this isn't my job. This isn't my career, right? I'm allowing myself to have hobbies. I have an actual job. I have a career path in mind, right? This is a hobby for me. This is why I have a little pressure on this. But look at the people who make this their job. Look at what they have to do. They have to kowtow to racists on the internet. Or if we're looking at more of the YouTube content creation side, not live streaming, they have to kowtow to racist people. Like, they are beholden by an audience. Their entire livelihood depends on who clicks on their videos long enough so they can get ads, who's subscribing to their Twitch, who's subscribing to their YouTube memberships. And to get that up, they have to consistently farm, right? They're farming. That's why you see videos on YouTube like, this is the worst game ever, or this person fucking sucks, or something negative to get attention, to get views, get clicks, right? Because if they're not constantly having a high output, they lose the race. So then people think if you travel, well, you must have enough resources to travel and be okay. So only rich people can travel. So I'm going to work so hard that I get rich and then I can travel. But they never get to that level because the system is not created for you to get to that level. You have to get exceedingly lucky. So either you're born into it or you have connections to attain that level of wealth. There is no, quite simply, there is no working hard to get it. Because at the end of the day, it becomes luck. Look at the streaming space. Do you think the only people who work hard in the streaming space are the ones who have 100,000 followers and subscribers? Of course not. Do you think the only content creators on YouTube who work hard are the ones with like 100K plus, 200K, a million followers? No. But they got lucky. They got a break. Maybe someone bigger than them shouted them out. Maybe the algorithm was just hitting that day. It's something. And that's not to say that the quality wasn't there, because obviously it was, but something lucky happened to them. It wasn't a input output. It wasn't X gets Y, right? So many factors go into that. But Americans are conditioned to think, if I just work harder, I'll get bigger returns. That's almost never been the case. But we're cocked, and we think anything that's luxury is unaffordable. I thought I could never travel outside the country. When I was a kid, I did. And I thought my parents had a bunch of money, right? But I had family in different countries, so it was a little bit easier. But still, I was like, oh, we must be so rich. But then I was like, if we're so rich, why do I have the situations that I have, right? So we're not that rich. Hold on. USA is the second largest traveling population behind China. US citizens have consumption mindset and consume. If you talk to most people that you know, they do not travel outside the country. Most regular people do not travel outside the country. Because traveling could simply mean like going to a different state or a different city. A lot of people in America do not travel. A lot of people here don't even have fucking passports. Like, that's why when they see people who like travel a lot, they think they're rich. It's your expense. It's fancy. But it's not. That's the American mindset. Like, look how guilty people feel for taking days off because they're sick. That is almost inherently a Western idea. You have people like in fucking Italy who take siestas, or Spain take siestas. People take breaks during the day. They go on holiday all the time. Americans do not take time off. Like Americans, but they're still the second highest volume of international travel behind China. Okay, so are they going? Okay, let's go ahead then. Are they going back to their homes countries? Because a lot of Americans are foreigners, right? That's something to figure out too. But like, the American mindset for like native born Americans, I should say, is travel is something for the elites. I mean, look how we glorify travel, air travel. They section it off like, you want to get on the plane, you want to sit in comfort, that's $10,000. Or here's $100, go sit with the little dogs in the economy section, right? We have stratified so many things that we say are luxuries that really aren't. Like, it shouldn't be a luxury to be able to, you know what, I'm going to go to Mexico for the week. Or I'm going to go travel here, go there. It shouldn't be a luxury. But we have, not only have a huge consumer mindset, but we are also always trying to find a next side hustle because the material conditions we find ourselves in continuously deteriorate. They continuously deteriorate, right? So people's monies aren't going as far as they used to. Things are getting more expensive. Traveling becomes much, much, much more of a luxury now. Like, America does also have a lot of rich people here too. So that also might be skewing the data when it comes to the percentage of people who travel internationally. Right? We have a lot of billionaires and millionaires that live in America. But even still, right? The average day-to-day worker in this country does not believe they can just take a vacation, because that's money that they're missing. And if they're missing money and they can barely afford rent, then things start to become a luxury. It shouldn't, true, but that's the situation that we're in. Even people in the gaming space, right? Like, we were just talking about it earlier. Some people aren't going to be, like, let's say someone was like really talented, really creative. They want to get into streaming and content creation, and they try to get a PC that can at least, you know, help render videos at a reasonable pace. Can't afford it. Why? Because some rich assholes from OpenAI have taken all the goddamn memory. So now memory is prohibitively expensive. So now you can't even do a hobby. You're getting priced out of a hobby because rich people want to make more money by forcing shit that no one actually asked for. Like, and that's a very, like, American mindset, unfortunately, is very bootlicking, and you're seeing that happening in real time. It's a very bootlicker mentality. They love to pretend they have the rebel spirit, right? They love to pretend that, oh no, I need all these guns because if the government ever, you know, overreaches and this becomes tyrannical, I can protect myself. Meanwhile, majority travel to Caribbean and Cancun, so less expensive places. This is almost proof my point in a sense that, yes, they travel to these other places, the Cancun and Caribbeans. They don't travel there and engage people in other lifestyles. They travel there for resorts, right? Like, it is what it is. But if you travel frequently and you go to countries that, let's be real, not in Cancun, not in the Caribbeans, but if you go to like other countries where they are, let's say, equally developed, right? I kind of hate the developed terms, but like equally developed, and you start to see, hey, wait a minute, let's go to fucking Europe, go to the UK. And they're just like, what? What do you mean you're paying for an ambulance? What do you mean? Or just not even health, education. Our colleges are crazy expensive. Like, they're crazy expensive, and they shouldn't be. Go to China. Go to these places that American propaganda has told you is awful. Does it make sense that I have to spend more than half of my paycheck to maybe go rent something, maybe afford rent, maybe, if they're lucky? After the Brexit, UK is turning into America. Wait, is the stream frozen? People are saying that is that just on, hold on, let me check the stream. Oh, it's back? Okay, let me just check it again. Hold on. Let me make sure it's still. Okay, it's working, yeah. All right, sorry, I didn't have the stream up. But yeah, YouTube, fucking ugh. But yes, basically what I'm getting at is this country is not as great as it could be. And one of the things that gets me really upset is whenever we talk about that, people go, "You're not American. You're not a patriot." I'm like, is it patriotism that is we should be okay with mediocrity? If anything, I'm more MAGA than these MAGA people because I'm like, look at these other countries that we're better than, and look at them kicking our asses. Look at them beating us on an educational level. Look at the way that their citizens live better than us. Shouldn't that piss you off as an American? Shouldn't that make you want to make this country actually great? We should be fucking throwing our weight around and be like, look how great my country is. We're the richest nation in the world. We have the highest index of happiness. We have the best educational system. We have all these awesome things. We have great public infrastructure. We have all these amazing things you can only get here. Instead, I'm looking at Chinese infrastructure and I'm sighing. I'm looking at like fucking Norway and going, I wish we had paid maternity leave. I wish we got stipends for having children. Like, I say that as I'm in the factories making product that would be sold for cheaper in other countries. We pay so much for our medications, right, for drugs, and then they sell it out of the country. It's like $30. Life-saving medication, $30. Like, but again, we have been lowering our standards to such a degree that now to bring it back into paternity leave is in America, but it's not nationalized. So it's not like it's just, it depends on the company. But bringing it back to like the gaming space, right? You have these people who are trying to tell you, do not want better. Don't ask better from anybody. Let them be shitty. Let them be bottom of the barrel. It's actually bad of you to ask more of them. How dare you ask your entertainer that you, the audience, have actually made a millionaire? How dare you ask them their opinion on something? You should have never asked them that. Which to me, again, is the strangest shit, because if there's any industry that should be more beholden to the wants of their audience, for better, mostly for worse, it is influencers. It is content creators. Content creators aren't shit without their audience. Like, more so than any other job. If you're an actor, you don't really give a fuck about your audience. Your audience doesn't pay you. You got paid by the studio. The studio wants to recoup their money by the audience. The studio should care, right? They greenlit or greenlight projects that will make them money. The actors get paid up front, and then some have a deal where, depending on where it gets on box office, they get a cut, right? But that's getting into minutia. But I'm a content creator on the internet, right? My content only exists in the form that it does because people have given me a chance. People have watched my videos. People have randomly and thankfully subscribed to my Twitch. Not saying you have to, but if you want to, you can probably use your Amazon Prime and just subscribe to it. It's no big deal. But like, you are giving me money. Even by just watching my YouTube videos because of AdSense, you're giving me money. So I should be like, hey, the people giving me money, you want to know my opinion on things? Well, you are giving me money, so I should, tell you my opinion on things. Exactly, though. They cultivate these audiences that, and I've said this for such a long time now, they cultivate audiences that make them feel good. That is the honest truth. They cultivate, and typically what it is they reach the lowest common denominator and try to make them feel important, so then they'll give them money. That's it. Because I promise you, like, did you guys see that oh my God, I can't even talk about him now. Did you guys see that clavicular clip? I hate his name. Where he runs into like his audience and he's like repulsed by them. Because to me, that is one of the best. Yes, here. This is someone. Just look at this.
What up, homie?
Yo, you think you can sign my album?
Yeah, I got you,
I'm a
man.
big fan, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, bro, we've been on your ass since the moment you were streaming, since November.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You think we can take a stream photo?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
I bet. All right, on the count of 3. Nigga, Hail Hitler. 3, 2, 1. Nigga, Hail Hitler.
Oh my god.
Love you, cuz. What you have?
Bro.
Honestly, he wasn't supposed to say that. But,
That's so cringe, bro.
yeah, yo, but
That's so cringe, bro. Do you want to know why that guy said that? I hate the fact that I know. Oh, clavicular. This is why. Hail Hitler, except Hail Hitler chanted in Miami Beach nightclub as influencers to celebrate Nazi ideology. Who's this person? Who's this guy? Whomst is him? It's a blurry screenshot, but that is Clavicular and Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes and Sneeko. So these are, again, he was at the nightclub sig-hailing with these losers, right? He was sig-hailing with him. They were all doing this. Clavicular is also has a video for him on stream with, I believe, Destiny. No, not Destiny. Sorry, not Destiny. With Nick Fuentes saying the N-word. Wait, I can say it. Saying nigga. Like that's him, and that's his audience. His audience comes up to him and is like, hey man, I'm gonna do the thing that you did because I'm an audience member. And he goes, bro, that's so cringe. Motherfucker, that was what you did. This is who you cultivated. This is your audience. These people are afraid to meet their own audience because they know that they have pandered to the most unhinged people. They know that because these losers, their audiences, right? The audience members, these losers have nothing going for them. They were able to capitalize on that. But now when they meet them in public, it's, oh, dude, that's so cringe. I wouldn't do this for money. Please don't associate me with these things. They would invite Azimuth, but his roast posse would overcrowd the limo. But same, right, Azimuth has the same issue. These people will never meet their audience. Because when they do, this is what happens. I also remember this happening. Do you guys remember? God damn, I have such brain rot from doing this shit. Do you guys remember when Sneeko met his audience? Those little kids? And the little kids were being misogynistic about women? You remember that? He was like F the women, like calling them bitches and stuff. And I'm like, that was his audience. That was his audience. Exactly how he's going to call it cringe because these people only do shit for money. So they take the most easily exploitable people out there, which are usually these incel red pill leaning men. And then when they meet them in person, it's like, oh, wait, ooh, this is actually bad. Ooh, wait a minute. Chat reflects your steam. Exactly. Yes. Oh my God. I found it. I found it. God, it's not gonna play. This is a while ago. This is about, oh my God, why do I remember this event? This is from 2 years ago, okay? Here's Sneeko meeting one of his fans, right? Meeting one of his fans.
What'd you take? Fuck the woman, fuck the woman.
What? No, wait.
Sneeko.
We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays should die.
Yeah, Mark, preach.
Hey,
What have I done?
Can I get in the video? Fucking talk. Can I get in the video?
Yeah. Talk to him.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
If my audience was full of prepubescent teenage boys, I would kill myself in Minecraft in front of them. Like, but again, these are the people. This is the audience that they cultivate. So it doesn't surprise me that anytime I say something or another like left-leaning or even a neutral creator says something about these guys, they get flooded with a bunch of hate comments, right? Because their chat is the guy who says Hail Hitler and the N-word, which I can say. And then it's 12-year-olds. Like that's who that's who their audience is reaching. But they don't care about the effects of what they're doing because they can make the bag. That's it. That's all they've ever cared about. Again, if my audience members, I tell you what, this is a true story. I'm not lying, hand to God, whatever, right? I went to New York Comic Con last year. Someone who watches my content, maybe a fan of mine, right? Watched my content, was an adult, came up to me and said, "Thank you for doing what you're doing." I shit you not. That happened to me also at Summer Games Fest last year. Someone recognized me. And they came up to me and said, "Thank you." Guys, and another adult. I don't fear my audience, however how small, right? I don't fear them coming up to me and saying some outlandish wild shit. The most they might say is like parrying sucks, and I will break their kneecaps if they do that in my face. But I don't fear that. I don't fear me talking about created like an asthma type or whatever, and that my audience is gonna go and try to attack other people. I'm making a little bit of waves, you know. But like I don't fear that because I know the content that I put out, the only negative response I can get that's like crazy would be most likely from the creators I'm talking about or the people I'm discussing or the topics I'm talking about, but not from my audience. I'd feel comfortable if I had to meet up with like the people who are my fans. But if you ever saw me around children, like what? Like that's a whole other host of issues. But this is who they go after. This is why they get like a ton of views and shit, because most of the people who are watching them are either children or losers. Every time, and then you look at the content creator that they're obsessed with. It's like, of course, this is the audience who comes to you. Like, is it also because I'm a big dude? I mean, yeah, that probably helps, right? But also, like, people could bring like weapons. I'm not saying bring weapons, but like, I respect your content and I appreciate honesty. I'm sick of anti-woke. Thank you. You know what? I am also sick of anti-woke grifters. In Summer Games Fest last year, I met up with 8-Bit Close Fist, and we did like a little video interview. And he was like, we're talking afterwards, and I was like, I hate these niggas so much. Like, I really truly hate these anti-people all the time. Your content is literally being, hey, people not be big and hateful. Hey, it's just okay to do business like it. Yes. And that's the thing that's too crazy to me too. It's divisive to be like, why are we talking about the West uglifying women? We should be united in the fact that these companies are treating their employees terribly. They're shutting down these studios to make more money. We're getting less games. We're getting less of everything. Anti-woke characters are after Horizon Hunter God. You know what? That is a great segue to another thing I want to talk about. 2 hours into this stream, I have to get better about this. But yes, first off, I want to say something about the Horizon series. I'm not its #1 supporter, okay? I'm going to buy Horizon Forbidden West because I want to continue the series. I had my good time with it. But there are so many people who are like, this is a plant. This is an industry plant, right? This game, well, no plans. Don't expose me like this. Don't do that. But there's people that are like, oh yes, this game, it sucks. It's awful. It's terrible. I have never, ever once told people you cannot like a video game, right? I might be like, you like this game? The Nazi game? Like made for Nazis, not like killing them? Okay, I know who you are. But I have never once said you can't play these games. Even though I don't like gotcha games, I never told anyone they can't play their Wuthering Waves or their Punishing Graves or their Honkai Rails or anything like that, right? But when it comes to Western made games, there is such a hypocrisy there that I can't ignore. Which brings me to Horizon. The Horizon series is only unpopular on the internet, okay? Mostly Twitter. It's only unpopular on the internet, though, and in that grifting sphere. The Horizon series. So, I mentioned this briefly in my other video, but I want to go in more depth with this. The amount of money Sony has spent convincing itself Horizon's beloved series astounds me. Gaming's rife with ignorant grifters, tourists, and edgelords. Guy hasn't even tried the first Horizon and implies Sony bought 40 million copies itself. Horizon has a superb user and critic reception. Sales after the first 2-line mainline games. Horizon should be actually over 40 million. Halo 15, Uncharted 11, Gears 11. So this is obviously saying like these hollowed series, right, that everyone loves, hasn't even combined. These 3 separate series after 2 games combined have not reached the sales of the Horizon series. People have this issue where, and again, every time I break this down, people always talk about how like I'm flattening these arguments or whatever, but it's like, I'm not flattening an argument. I'm telling you where this is coming from. They don't like women. Like that's it. Because whenever the game is starring a woman let me modify that. They don't like games that women they don't like find attractive. Whenever there are games that come out, and let's say they do poorly, if it's just like a cis white dude game or even a cis dude game, they talk about it, they leave it alone. Mind's Eye comes to mind. Mind's Eye was a catastrophic failure made by a director with such esteem who's part of the fucking Rockstar, right? Leslie Benzies, right? Former president of Rockstar North, Grand Theft Auto. Well, the Rocket Boy. They did Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye didn't do so well, right? Just it's on Steam. Oh my God, should I? No, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy Mind's Eye. I'm not gonna buy Mind's Eye. I gotta get over this. Mind's Eye was not well received, like at all, right? People talked about it, and then they ignored it. That's it. They talked about this game. Let's go on YouTube. Let's go on YouTube. I'm already on YouTube. I have too many tabs. So let's just do Mind's Eye, right? So they're talking about the update. Mind's Eye relaunch just failed. That's 2 days ago. Update, right? So talking about the update. They're talking about more now. But you know what you're not seeing? When it comes to Mind's Eye, you're not seeing people go absolutely haywire about how shitty of a game it is. In fact, I just scrolled down a little, but now we're talking about 8 months ago. This is about fears. I don't know why it's on here. Dead on Arrival, disaster, 7 months ago. So this is 7 months ago, 7 months ago, 6 months ago. So when it came out, right? And then there's a huge gap now. Now it's like 3 weeks ago because either someone started playing like Vanilla Mace or it's because of the update, right? You'll see that here. Mind's Eye. Let's talk about, again, because I said if they find a woman attractive, it's fine. Code Violet. 3 weeks ago, it's my video. Oh, I got 11K. Hell yeah. This is still from Kev Does It. There are no new videos. There are no new videos about Mind's Eye, or about Code Violet. There are no new videos, right? You guys are seeing this 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. What the fuck? Why is he doing black? What the fuck? Okay. Oh my god, I don't have time for this. What is happening here? Of course it's Smash JT. But look, it's me again. But like 3 weeks ago, no one's talking about Mind's Eye. Sorry, no one's talking about Code Violet anymore, right? Code Violet just came out last month. Code Violet came out January 10th. Code Violet came out January 10th. It is February 7th. And people are no longer talking about the game. They're not running it into the ground, right? But then you talk about just Horizon. Are they finally admitting it? 1/3 of US video game industry workers were laid off. What the fuck does that have to do with Horizon? Horizon's Hunter Gathering. Somehow Concord's returned. They always have to make the Concord connection. Horizon Hunter's Gathering looks absolutely terrible. New Horizon game gets backlash for terrible character designs. Oh, here, I knew I'd see Vera. I knew I'd see Vera in this. Character designs and mid-gameplay. Modern audience Horizon Hunter Gathering trailer insanely racial. Good God, I feel like I'm having a stroke every time I see these people's fucking titles. My God. Her again. 6 hours ago. So in the span of what, 2 days, she has 3 videos talking about this. Look at the intensity at which they will just straight up. Look at that. Horizon Hunter's trailer is demolished for being live service modern audience. Like the fervor that they have for this game, which isn't even fucking out yet. Meanwhile, again, Code Violet, a game that was out, that came out January 10th. That was a terrible game that tricked people into basically playing it, right? That stayed on PS5. That was so bad. Team Kill Media is so bad. They're so awful. People don't even fucking talk about it anymore. These are all from weeks ago. Still blackface. I don't understand that. This is all weeks ago. Weeks ago. Weeks ago. But then the second, oh, Horizon's back on. Hell yeah, boys. Hell yeah, boys. Horizon Hunters Gathering. And then they're like, oh, the comment section got demolished. I wonder why. I wonder why the comment section for every game made from Western developers gets destroyed. I wonder why. I wonder why. Which actually, this isn't even, I don't think it's even made, whatever. But like, I wonder why it's getting destroyed. I wonder if I go to. I'm not gonna play it because I don't want to get my stream destroyed by Sony or IGN, whatever. Gameplay review. We want to try something different. Multiplayer game, big map with the storm streaking the play space. Big Dares are trying to fail at this point. Concord loses 100 million at Aloy. Hold my spear. Like, Horizon zero interest. We're getting Concord 4. Like, do you see what I'm talking about? Like the level of vitriol. The level of vitriol that this series gets is simply because they don't like Aloy. That's it. Like, they straight up don't like Aloy. They're like, oh, she's girl boss, she's ugly, she's this, she's that. And that's why they always use AI when it comes to her. That's their whole thing. They don't like that they don't find Aloy attractive because she's not like one of their anime girls. So that's the hate this gets. This series has sold 40 million copies. No company is going to be like, this game sucks. It's so terrible, but we gotta push an agenda, you guys. We gotta push this agenda. We gotta do it. Like this motherfucker. Truthfully, the less insane parts I'm getting to the post are making me kind of want to try the first Horizon game. I maintain I'm right that it's left an utterly invisible cultural footprint, but hey, the game, these 30-ish fans, he says 30-ish fans, right? 30-ish fans, 40 million copies. 40 million copies. These people, like I've stated before, live in this alternate reality where if they don't find a woman attractive, then anytime they're in a game and successful, it's like, oh, no one likes these games. No one plays these games. Ghost of Yote. You guys are probably tired of me talking about that goddamn game. Was such a success that the CFO for Sony said it contributed significantly to the physical sales of the hardware for the PS5. It was a significant contributor to driving hardware sales. And you have losers like Smash JT still going, oh, actually, no, that's fake. Actually, that's a lie. The CFO is committing security frauds. Like, it's like here. Genki's reliable. I love Genki. I follow Genki. And normal people are like, ha ha ha, it succeeded. Look at this. No DLC plans like the first game had. There is DLC plan. It's the fucking... Brian Fleming left the company after it launched, not making a third game, decided to make a new Infamous instead, but it did better than the first one. Do you see how this has nothing here is working? Nothing here is working. Nothing here is working. Also, I'm sorry, chat, I got distracted. I did see that tweet by Alex, by the way, but him being wrong about Horizon Hunter Gallery using AI. I saw that. I commented on it. He was saying that the trailer was AI. That's like because the smear frames, and I'm like, this is the basic animation principle. It's a smear frame. And people being like, this game's gonna be a flop. This franchise has crazy support. If they're just basically doing like a Monster Hunter's fucking Wild situation, or like Monster Hunter's what's that smaller one to do, like Stories, they'll be fine. But look, you look at the comment section here, and it's people going, thank you, Una Fish, for subscribing. But you look at the comment section here, and it's people going, they didn't plan DLC. And I had this conversation with someone. I'm like, hey, is the game's quality determined on if it got DLC or not? Because bad games have gotten DLC. In fact, I was watching a video, don't ask me why, about Jujutsu Kaisen Curse Clash. That got 2 DLCs for $20 a piece. Does that mean that game's more successful than the entirety of the Horizon series? Also, yeah, I don't think Sucker Punch, is Sucker Punch doing Infamous? Like there's no news on, there's no news on that. Like there's like, again, they're just making shit up. Sucker Punch production co-founded Liu Step for nearly 30 years. This is the guy they're talking about, by the way. When they're saying Brian Fleming left the company after it launched, what they neglect to tell you is that he's been at the company for 28 years. I don't know about you guys, but if I was doing the same job for 28 years, I might want to go off to greener pastures, especially if I'm leaving on a high note. Like, this is something they fail to comprehend at any given moment because they're constantly in this alternate reality. People move on. People move on. People think if they worked on a game once and they leave, it's like, oh, because the game wasn't a success. That's the only reason people leave companies is because the product they put out wasn't a success. And they'll hunt down writers. But oh my God, the people who worked on Concord, they're also working on this game. It's like, yeah, dude, people get hired to do jobs. There's so many contract positions in the. Sometimes I wish the gaming industry was way more transparent. But even though these guys will still make up shit, but there's so many contract jobs in the gaming industry. Like, yeah, after the game is shipped, we don't need 500 people working on this anymore, actually. We hired you guys basically seasonally, and we have nothing lined up, so you got to go find work somewhere else. Like, that's how it works. They might outsource some things to help get the product out there, right? But then once it's done, why do I still need a full team? The game's a single player game. It's out. It's like putting in your 2 weeks. Like imagine if you worked at a company and you put your 2 weeks notice in because you're working somewhere else, and then your company gets sold for like $500 billion. And people are like, oh, yeah, the company was so successful, that's why he left. And it's like, I was leaving regardless. Like, it doesn't matter. But again, this is the level of insanity we're dealing with because these motherfuckers don't like certain types of women. That's it. Yote enjoyed riding the coattails of Tsushima's success, much like Captain Marvel made $1 billion by riding on the coattails of the MCU. This is so stupid. This is such a dumb comment. I know, chatters. I shouldn't be looking at Twitter comments and expecting any sort of intellectual stimulation, but you cannot read this. You cannot read this and weep for the state of online discourse. Terrence Crawford left boxing. Yeah, because boxing's terrible. That's why Terrence Crawford left. He didn't retire on top or anything. He just left. But like, Yote enjoyed riding the coattails of Tsushima's success. Much like Captain Marvel made $1 billion riding the coattails of MCU, people weren't falling for it. The Marvels, it was a massive failure. Yote would not outsell Tsushima overall. Ghost franchise is dead. Like I don't understand. How do we how do we get here? How are we? I mean, this first sentence is saying a sequel was riding off of the success of the previous. Yeah. The previous game. From Anarchy, gotta go. Have a good night, dude. Don't just go to motion brain. Thank you. They already have. They already melted my brain. The top commenter says it enough. I'm saying for the next Ghost Tile, there probably won't be one, just how there won't be one for The Last of Us, Death by Woke. Oh my God. Ghost of Yote sold more in the same time period than Tsushima. Yes. It did. See, thing is, but these Twitter people are in my comment sections too. So like, I see this regardless. But this is just like the state that we are in, where someone's saying a successful property begat more hype for its upcoming sequel. Is you could say that about anything. Much like, and to say that Captain Marvel was riding the coattails of the MCU, it cannot ride the coattails of that. Doesn't make any sense. So what, was Thor the Dark World not riding on the coattails of the first Thor movie? Like, what are we talking about? People were interested in the universe, but that doesn't mean one film is going to guarantee the success of another. The reason why The Marvels was a failure is because it came out during COVID. People weren't going to theaters for like that. And yes, I did think the marketing was a little bit weird for that movie, but it's not like it was a failure because everyone was not in COVID and finances were fine and it just wasn't good. In fact, this movie got a lot of hate before it even came out because people hated Miss Marvel or Captain Marvel because Brie Larson was like, people treat her kind of shitty because she's a woman. They're like, how dare you? But like, it's just like these people live, like I said in my other video, they live in such a fantasy world. Silent Hill 2 so less than Silent Hill 1, but yes. Yes, and I've always said this. I've always said this, and I will stand by this. The quality of a game or even a media is not solely determined by its box office or its sales. You have played video games. You have played video games that were absolutely a flop. You have played video games that were shovelware. You've played video games that were maybe 6 out of 10s, and you enjoyed them. You enjoyed them. You have games in your history. If you played video games for longer than a year, you have games in your history that if you looked up its sales, you'd be like, it only made this much money. It only sold this many copies. Furiosa, the Furiosa movie, right? It wasn't financially successful. It wasn't. It was not. But guess what? It was a fantastic film. It was a great film. This metric that, money determines how good it is. No, money determines interest, not quality. Not really. There are movies and games that have made so much money. I'm like, why do people play this? Why are people watching this? Right? But this isn't the end all be all. But again, specifically with Yote, they're making shit up. Like, none of this is real. Ghost of Tsushima was a completely unknown title when it launched. It grew the most traction as a sleeper hit. Yote will fall off the face of the earth from here. Like, this is just cope. For some reason. Smart use of words, but Yote failed. It will never attain the sales figures of its predecessor. They know it full well. Like, this is sold better than the previous title, but less than overall and less than expected. They're making up this shit. They don't know the expectations. Yes, Transformers 1, right? Didn't do well financially. That means it's shit. That means it's shit, right? That means it's fucking terrible. Like, this is some of the most insane cope I have ever seen. They are making shit up. And one of the best examples, which again, I did put in my video, you guys can watch it because you guys love my content, but I will talk about it here too. One of the biggest copes I have seen, of course, comes from the guy who we just saw with the thumbnail blackface, of Blackface the Quartering, which I'm not going to even dissect that, but Smash JT. It is some of the most insane cope I have ever seen. So let's read this together. And by together I mean I read it out loud and you guys just go, why is he torturing me with it? Sony CFO Lin Tao delicately danced through words in an attempt to convince shareholders that they have a win on their hands. Ghost of Yote, a tentpole title we released in October, exceeded the sales of the previous title in the same period of time and significantly contributed to the financial results of the quarter. But hold on there just a second. Still no actual sales number, and they continue to refuse to use anything tangible. Given how narrowly her statement is framed, there's no way this came anywhere close to meeting internal expectations at Sony Interactive Entertainment. It reeks of positioning, not transparency. Okay, so just from this alone, you guys should know he's an idiot, right? Like I'm gonna keep explaining it, but this should tell you just how stupid this man is. He says right here, given how narrowly her statement is framed, what is narrow about someone saying the game by name, calling it a tentpole title, exceeded the sales of the previous title? What was the previous title to Ghost of Yote? In the same period of time. What do you think she means by same period of time? Why does this read like ChatGPT? Because he definitely used ChatGPT for this. But what do you take away from if I said Ghost of Yote exceeded the sales of the previous game within the same time period? What does that tell you? I'm telling you in no uncertain terms that in the same time period, meaning they both had X amount of days on the market, one of them outsold the other. How is this a narrow statement? How is this not meeting internal expectations of Sony? You don't have a job. You do YouTube. You don't work for Sony. How do you know what the internal expectations were for this game? And then it was, just imagine how much more would have sold if they had stuck with Jin and delivered a direct sequel to Ghost of Tsushima instead of pivoting to Ghost of Yote. So this right here tells me he didn't play the game. He says he played it. I saw the interview he did with Colin Moriarty. And you guys know I did because I have a whole video on it. And even Colin's like, what are you talking about? If you play the DLC, then the story's done. There's no story left for him. Him in the mainland would have been awesome. No, it wouldn't have been. Because that's not his story. What connection does he have to the mainland? The entire thing of Ghost of Tsushima was centered around his island being attacked by Mongols and rescuing his people. What else? The Mongols didn't make it to mainland Japan. Like, that was the whole point. And he gives away the game because imagine if they would have stuck with a guy. How much better? Because you guys obviously know when games keep the same leads, they always have good successes afterwards. There's never been a time where a character was in the game one and then in the second game and then it failed. That's never happened. There's also never been a case, famously, where a game in its second iteration introduced a brand new character who was the main character for the entirety of the game. That franchise failed. There's definitely never been a game series. There's never been a game series. There's never been a game series. There's never been a game series that had a game where, I don't know. I don't think there's ever been a game. I don't think there's ever been a game where a character was introduced and took over the spot of the main character and it did well. I don't think that actually happened. I don't think that ever happened at all, actually. I don't think it's happened. No, you guys, Resident Evil has always had the same protagonist. What are you talking about? No, you're making shit up. Resident Evil has never changed protagonists. It's just been one person. It's just been one guy. Right? That's it. All I know is when I say Resident Evil, Resident Evil was just these people. That's it. It's just Chris Redfield. This person's not real. Jill Valentine's not real. She's not a real person. It's just Chris Redfield. Chris Redfield has been the lead in every Resident Evil game. Because changing characters in different titles has never worked out. Resident Evil have different characters you play as. You guys are making shit up. Who is Leon? It's just Chris Redfield. See, he was in the first game. So that means in the second game, it would just be, huh? Wait a minute. Wait. No. Wait. But this has got to be AI, right? When did this come out? 1998? No, this is a fan game, right? This is one of, because you know how like you go to like Itch.io and they have like the games that look like Resident Evil, like Daymare 1998, which is a real game, by the way. This is what this is, right? Because they said that you can't, but no, because he said, but Smash JT said, the Ghost of Yote would have been better if it was still Jin, right? Because they would have sold way more. This is implying that if you change characters from one game to another, it's not going to sell as well. So it can't be that he's an idiot and has no idea what he's talking about. He has so many subscribers though. And everyone tells me on the internet that the more followers and subscribers you have, the better your argument is, and you're always right. Which is why anytime I talk about someone with more subscribers than me, I'm just jealous. So clearly I must be wrong somewhere. It's also hard to ignore that the head of Sucker Punch Productions conveniently departed recently. Oh my God. Yeah. He's right. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. It's true. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's true. They just want to play as their big, strong male fantasy characters. They do. That's also true. Not exaggeration. Listen, man. I think you guys know my beliefs on certain things. So when I say this, know that I mean this in the least offensive way possible. But these guys are so gay. And they're gay in a way that is misogynistically gay. Where like, if they aren't able to play as men at every waking moment, they will riot, asterisks, unless that there's a woman that they find attractive. That's it. It's so crazy. It's so crazy to me. Mind you, you want to hear something funny? When I was working on actually, I don't want to show behind the scenes too much. When I was working on this video, I found, while I was talking about him, you know what I did? I said, I'm going to just go to his website. I'm going to just go to his page. When he was talking about Yote, I was, I'm going to go to his page. Isn't there a way that I can check to see like pull up, right? There we go. Also, I was looking super fucking jacked in here. So yes, right here. I was talking about it, right? 8 million copies or whatever, but the install base for the PS5 is 50 million. So it's like, we've never looked at a game success like that. Every game's a damn near failure by that metric. First off, my shoulders were looking fucking... Besides like huge, bro. GTA 5. Every game is a failure by that metric, depending on how many of the consoles are available. As if people don't play different genres. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they make these weird... Okay, I definitely missed it. Wasn't it just here? It's the footage I found of him talking about it. And I was like, you are so obsessed with this. Where did it go? Like, for real, I just thought I had it. But he was so obsessed with it that while I just typed in this channel name, the video he posted like 4 hours prior was literally here. There it is. How did I skip that? As if people... Yeah, why did it skip that? I don't understand. I'm on YouTube. They
Thank you.
have a vested interest in making sure that they can keep generating infinite controversy, so you guys keep watching their videos. That's how they operate. You look at
I
any
was still looking kind of swole. I was looking kind of
data point. Ghost of Yote is a success. And so what they will do is they will now, to craft this delusional world of theirs, start to make points that no one was making, be like, see, it failed. Oh, but you know, we all know sequels have to sell more than their original. No, they don't. And let's be really real. They're only doing this because it's a lead is a woman who they don't find attractive. I don't want to hear anything else.
Facts.
It's nothing because of anything else.
He's
no
spitting.
one knew what the story is going to be like. No one knew what the gameplay was going to be like, or anything like that when they started making these videos. It was simply Jinsekai is no longer the lead, and the lead is a woman they don't like or find attractive. Therefore, the game's going to be a flop. No matter what happens. And you are seeing this. You are seeing them actively tell you lies. They want you to not believe.
I'm not a Leo.
your
I'm a
own
Scorpio,
eyes, but
baby.
to believe the words coming out of their mouth. Do as you make him look bad.
Look,
This is this odd. That's what that is. Just to make him look bad. This is the same
So,
guy
right.
who's concocted fan fiction about Erika Ishii saying she was upset because she didn't win anything at the Game Awards. Like, he has dozens of videos specifically
you guys should sub to this guy on both Twitch and YouTube because he does know what he's talking about. He's
just
spitting
on
facts.
her in this game because he just wanted it to fail. And that's my next point I want to talk about. Why do you guys have such vested interest in making a game fail?
Man, I should have.
Why do you want
What the fuck? No, don't go back.
all right, so I'm gonna
Basically, is Korean barbecue normally empty on Super Bowl Sunday? I don't know. I would assume yes. Okay, fuck it. Just this part, if it was not loading for some reason. But yeah, this part right here. Like, I literally just typed in. Like, why is this?
camera people like
Finally. So for this right here, I literally see how it says 1 hour ago. I just typed in, I didn't even type in Ghost of Yote. I just typed in Smash JT and went to his page. And this was the first, like literally, this was the first thing. This was the first thing that I saw. Just calling it a flop. Sony pushes ambiguous trustless bro success narrative. I broke YouTube. Oh, is the stream fucking up again? Up again? No. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna just keep this muted and keep it over here. But like that's what I'm saying. Like they concoct these stories. Oh, my video player. Oh, okay. Damn, you gotta be specific. But I should still keep it up anyways. But they concoct these insane stories, right? It's just like, and it's like, why is there such an invested interest in doing this? And then I realized, besides the obvious to make money part, it's because we have no media literacy anymore. We have, like, people can just say shit and people will go like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like, okay, that's true. This guy's saying they decided to make a new Infamous. Is that true? No. There is no evidence corroborating that they were going to make a new Infamous, because of course there's not. Because if that was true, it would have been all over. Like, not saying I'm tapped into everything, but I would have heard about a franchise that I love coming back. Like, they don't even keep track of this shit. And it's not even like people are talking about it on YouTube. Like, there's a new Infamous game. 1 year ago, someone says we need a new Infamous game, but they're not talking about a new rumor 3 years ago. A retrospective. The highest orbital drop in Infamous Second Son. Like, no one's, you would have,
you would have heard about that. It's hard to keep any secret in the gaming world now because there's just leaks abundantly, right? But again, you can just make up shit. Most of these comments are just insane cope, right? Like, and people making fun of the grifters, which I love. It's like, yeah, how come I don't see anyone talking about it? People have this insane idea too about the popularity of something being dependent on its cultural relevancy. And you know what I say to that every single time? When was the last time people came up to you and started quoting Avatar lines? When was the last time people were walking up to you and quoting lines from Avatar? Not The Last Airbender, Avatar, the highest selling film of all time. The #1 film of all time, Avatar. How often were people talking about that movie after like a year? Or like a couple of months even? How often were people quoting you or quoting that? People quote Marvel movies. People don't quote Oscar winners, right? No one's out here fucking quoting Moonlight, right? Cultural relevancy is such an insane metric because it means nothing. Everyone, shut up, you're lying. But like, yeah, cultural relevancy is not an indication of quality. Like, it's not. To be like, this game has no cultural impact. How many games do? Like, really think about it. How many games have cultural impact? No one quotes Naruto. That's false. That's false. But like, literally, how many games do you know have such a culture? Like, no one's talking about it? Is no one in your space talking about it? Because that doesn't mean it's not has cultural impact. That means you're in a bubble that would not be talking about it. Like, there are so many games that people have loved, that are beloved, that no one talks about. No one does. Perfect example. How many people are talking about Okami? Okami was a fantastic game. It was a great game. How many people are talking about Okami? How many people are talking about Star Fox? How many people are talking about Shenmue? When's the last time? How many retrospective videos do you remember? Like, what are we qualifying as culturally relevant? Culture changes on a daily basis. Yeah, One Piece is still relevant because it's still going on. But like, people aren't talking about a lot of things. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, hell, we were just talking about earlier how there's certain content creators that don't want to talk about ICE. That doesn't mean ICE isn't happening. That doesn't mean people aren't being taken from their families. This notion that this thing has no cultural relevancy. What are you talking about? Twitch game categories are a great example. There's so many games that not to viewership are having viewers but have a massive impact offline. Exactly. People get so caught up in these categories, and I'm like, what are you ultimately trying to get at? Like, when I was playing Symphony Night, when I joined Steam, for example, I looked for relevant gameplay. I gave up looking for Symphony Night. Exactly. There are games that are foundational. And people don't talk about it the way they talk about. Okay, recent example. Who's talking about Halo? Has there been large buzz about Halo lately? Has there been a huge zeitgeist over Halo? No. There hasn't been. Unless you are in specifically Halo circles, people aren't talking about Halo. Halo was a huge cultural movement in gaming space in like the early to mid 2000s, but no one's fucking talking about it now. That doesn't mean Halo sucks. I mean, depending on who you ask, right?
Destiny, same thing. Like there were games that came out last year that people are not talking about. People aren't even talking about Night Rain. And that game is popular. It's happening right now. And people, here, let's look at this. I'm with the Steam charts. Like people aren't. There are 32,000 people playing it right now. It peaked at 300,000 players 9 months ago. People aren't talking about Night Rain. Let's see what game is really popular. What's popping on Twitch right now? What the fuck? Oh, it's Austin with Your Rage. Okay. I was like, what's happening here? But like, watch nonstop Roblox? No, why would I do that? Oh, Saphira is streaming. Let's just see what's the most popular category? What's happening here? League of Legends, Valorant, Counter-Strike. How many people do you know are talking about Counter-Strike? Counter-Strike is still exceedingly popular on Twitch. Marvel Rivals, exceedingly popular. Not like what you talk about it. Arknight, Roblox. Who's talking? Is you talking about? Like it's shit by. Just because people aren't talking about it doesn't mean it's not a success or popular or anything like that. Talking about it. That's it. I'm gonna pop in her Steam though. I don't know who this is. I'm gonna see what she's doing.
My head hurts and we just started.
Oh, she just started streaming. I'm gonna just say have a good stream. I'm just gonna be nice and that's it. She's not good acknowledgments, it's fine. But to be fair, there are a few games with niche audiences people are looking for blind faith for yeah, but still, like the whole conversation about what game was this actually? Void Stranger. But the whole conversation about that, it's so pointless. People are talking about Roblox. Yeah, I talked about it earlier about them stealing from Expedition 33. But beyond that, okay, I'll leave her alone. So it looks like she's locking in right now. I'll let her be. Bye, Sappy. But people are talking about the First Descendant. Well, they're not talking about First Descendant because that shit is fucking. I feel bad because I feel like I'm always picking on this game, but like, this is the game, right? But remember, like, what do I always tell you guys? Besides like, comment, and subscribe, and all that stuff. What I always say, you can't just rely on sexy characters and think that a game it makes, right? You need more than that. You need a pool. You need something that's active. They have 9,000 players right now. 12,000 players peak. It peaked at 200,000 people, right? Almost 2 years ago. I don't think it's gotten anywhere close. Let's do its peak and then nowhere close. Like nowhere close. You don't see certain people talking about how this game's doing bad. You know a game they do talk about? High Guard. So we go Max. High Guard had 97,000 people 12 days ago. It only watched 12 days ago. Right now it's 7,000 people in it. 8,000 people peak, right? But they'll look at this game. They'll go, it's bad because it's woke. Because they just decided that High Guard was a woke game. Even though there's no like overt political message. You know, wait, hold on. I said overt, and I
I haven't done this. Wait, hold on. Bulk content. I have to see. We haven't done this in a long time. Let's do some classic TTBN gaming, huh? I do tell you guys I'm your boyfriend / girlfriend / day friend's favorite content creator, and that's always going to be true forever. They're always going to love me. Look, we haven't done this in a while, huh? I want to. Can I search? Oh, new releases. So High Guard should definitely be on here, right? We have not done a content detector in such a long time. I mean, to be fair, I think making fun of it has lost its appeal, like algorithmically. But me personally, it's so funny to make fun of this shit. This is how you know I'm not audience capture. I will always make fun of this shit. It's so fucking funny to me. I already know Nightmare Cart's on this. I have Sorry We're Closed on my my wish list. On my actually it should be in my it should actually be in my shopping cart right now. Nightmare Cart isn't going to be on here. I don't think Nightmare Cart's even available on Steam. Wait, I want to know. This is new releases. This came out March 19th, 2024. Am I going to play Shark Dentist? I honestly, they do want a Concord 2. They do. And that's what I was talking about before, where I'm like, they have such an insatiable want for games to fail. And yet they say they're gamers and they love video games, but they've been foaming at the mouth for another big game to fail. And I know when they're pea brains, they think that if games fail, then that means the game companies will now have to make games that only I like. Right? And I'm like, no, dummy. If big games continue to fail, investors are no longer going to put money into this industry. That's what's going to happen. And what's going to happen after that is only the most dedicated fan bases, or at least the most consistent games, will get funding. So you're never going to get fun games. You're going to just get Grand Theft Autos, which are going to happen once every 10 years. You're just going to get Call of Duties and war games ad nauseum. That's it. You're already complaining about, oh, they're just doing remasters. Guess what, bitch? That's all it's going to be. They're going to say, what game franchise was successful 5 years ago? Okay, remaster that. Sell it for $60. That's more money for us. Wait, conservative video games. Hold on. High Guard, listen, I'm going to tell you straight up. High Guard came out, what, 12 days ago? Yeah? If in 2 more days, High Guard is still around, it's not Concord. Concord was on the market for 2 weeks and got pulled. Concord also costs $40. Hold on, wait. Clean this conservative games. Oh, this is 10 hours ago. This is recent. I mean, obviously now I have to watch this, but I'll cue this up. But I want to look at this real quick because it's been such a long time since we actually did this. I feel like I've been getting away from some of the stuff I know you guys like me doing. And you know, to be truthful and honest with you, part of me was like, I don't want to be known as just like the react guy, because I do think while reactions can be helpful, I think an over reliance on that is lazy. because it's like I'm not putting out my own content as much as I am just reacting to things, and I have my own ideas. But I do like reacting to things. I've heard of Queen Coke Francis through this stuff, but I didn't like watch her stuff, so I'll watch it today. I just want to see if they have High Gun on here. Why can't I search? Do I stream games on Twitch? I do. I just started streaming again on Twitch. Well, technically I'm streaming on Twitch right now, but I streamed a game yesterday on Twitch. And it was an amazing game. And you know what? Since you guys are here, I'll give you a little sample of what I did yesterday. I can show my VOD. Just in maxing and then see. Oh, Marsh has his own stream. He streams? Didn't know that. Yeah, let me. I got my own VOD. Oh, let me make sure I'm not revealing shit. Yeah, let me not do this. Because I have my current stamp right now. Let me go to my VOD and see if I can show you guys some shit. Yeah, I'm going to my curator right now. I have to use Twitch more because I always forget how certain shit works. I hate when YouTubers get so big they decide to retire or whatever and just result to reaction content. Yeah. And I'm not even like, big like that. But I don't want to be like just like a react guy, right? I want to actually put my own stuff out there. But here's one of the games I played. So if you guys, what do you mean? If you guys want to watch me, it's insane. Like I get the kindness, but I did Morbid Metal. Right. I played the Drifter, which I will be continuing this game on Twitch. This is a Twitch only game. But the peak game I played was, where is it? Here we go. Act and the here's a sample. I'm gonna let you guys watch for a little bit. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Even if you don't tell us the truth, His Majesty has a weapon that can make you tell the truth. We are not worried you will lie to us. His Majesty has a sword called Liao Ning's sword that can turn you into a puppet. You will tell us any truth you know. Your Majesty, why don't we use Liao Ning's sword and make them tell us the truth? Is he fucking dead? Good idea, General Gu. I will use the Liao Ning sword to tear them down, to tear down the old world orders and make him tell us the truth about Sky Palace. Zone. What? Wise man, I want to protect everyone in this village. It was unfortunate that I failed to attempt to assassinate Emperor Xi. Neither did I find a safe place to hide for everyone. It was a shameful experience in my life. I am just frustrated. A wise bird chooses... Did he just say this? Didn't he just say this? A wise bird chooses the tree it will nest on. That is true. However, where there is a good place, there is also a tightly packed crowd that gathers. Eventually, a good soil ground becomes compacted and becomes much harder for a lot of other organisms to coexist. This is actually the fault of our own act and unwillingness of man's heart to repent. Therefore, it will always be the same. I'm so sorry. I thought at one point this was just like a preamble to the actual fighting of the game. I don't think there's fighting in this game. Am I matched up to where I was at before? Hell yeah. See, unlike certain streamers, I don't do a chair stream. I just do an Inception stream where it's just that I was gone, but I never left. Mind you, this game it has this much talking in it. So I'm like, oh, there's no fighting. And then I'm going to show you the transition from the game's talking to fighting. Oh, holy shit, it's a game. What? Like, look how quick. All of that was shooters. of the Cliff Palace. There's a plan and sword. Get troops ready. We're heading to the cliff. Escape. Escape. Soon the plague kill red soldier to get the key. Okay. So and sword. Like watch. Get troops ready. We're heading to the cliff. Like this is. We spread a plague. This is by the way. Wait, me. Shut up for a second. This is why you guys should subscribe to my Twitch. This is the kind of solid content you can get on my Twitch channel. You can't get this from any other streamer anywhere else in the world. This is a Twitch, TTBN Twitch exclusive. But I play real games. Escape. Soon the plague will arrive here, so there is no need to kill this old man and little girl. They'll both be finished. Haha. Yeah, unlike other tall left-leaning creators, I don't tear stream. Just a picture, okay? Question mark? Intruders. Oh, holy shit, it's a game. What? That's how the game starts, by the way. All of that was the... So that's a little sample you guys can get. Wait, I have to mouse. Just so you know, they can. Also, if you do follow me, you can join and you'll be one of, I don't know how many people follow me on Twitch. You'll be one of, I don't know how many people follow me on Twitch actually. But we can get these numbers up. We can get these to, I need all of you guys to do me a favor, okay? You watch my YouTube stuff, you don't have to subscribe. Just follow me also on Twitch. Just follow also on Twitch too. Just so I have 236 followers on Twitch. You guys can follow me on Twitch. Make me look like I'm bigger on Twitch, so when I stream on here, I don't feel like I'm talking to 4 people now. I might be the 4th person actually because I'm watching this. I'm watching myself. Oh my God, the audio is going to be so terrible on this. Oh, holy shit. I need to stop. I need to get away. I am tall and strong and leftist and also cute. I'm all those things. Don't you guys want to support? Just want to support me? I'm not a good enough streamer for you to support. Well, I thought we were boycotting Twitch. I'm not Twitch, okay? You can say fuck Twitch, but support me. I thought we just had a conversation about being 3-dimensional people. Honestly, though, I gotta say, and I say this a lot, or maybe not enough. I do. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Gina. A real one. I should at least hear 44 more of those, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's cool. But I will say I love... Are you talking about the Abernerd type handheld? What? If someone made me a VTuber model, that would be fucking insane. What I was gonna say is, truthfully, it's such a nice, like, should I support that face so it supports me? I do love the fact that I like you guys. I'm being weird. I love my audience. I think you guys are great. I love the fact that every Saturday that you guys just show up. Like, you guys are just like, oh, he's streaming, we'll show up. And you stay for the majority of the stream. Like, I think that's so cool. Like, I understand why people like streaming so much. I love just talking to you guys, interacting. It's so much fun for me. I mean, it's less work for sure than having to find a topic to talk about, to edit, to upload. So thank you for that also too. But it's so much more fun just like doing the live stuff, which is why I do it. I talked to Crimes New Roman. We talk on Discord a lot about just like stuff we want to do and whatever. And he recently started doing more, less edited, more of the type of shit I do. And I'm like, hell yeah. And I saw one of his videos had 12,000 views, and I was like, huh. I think it's only fair that I muscle into his territory. So be on the lookout for me randomly dropping a well-researched, edited video in the next, going by his speed, 2.5 months. It's only fair. It's only fair. It's only fair. It's only fair because he has a secondary account.
A
Shut up. He has a secondary account called Crimes to Roman, and within 4 videos, he's completely eclipsed me because he's better at this than I am. So you guys should subscribe to his second channel. I subscribe to his second channel, but then also unsubscribe to his first channel just to keep it balanced. You know what I mean? But no, I didn't finish this video yet, but I am watching it. Oh, he's up to 22K. Hell yeah, dude. I think this is actually more than some of his main videos, right? I mean, not in the long run, but like not real. Okay, actually, if you're watching this crimes, don't stop doing this kind of stuff. You stay here, okay? You stay here. You stay here. I'll stay here. Didn't he make a new channel? Yeah, this is a new channel, Crimes to Roman. TTBN reviews in the future. I don't know. I mean, here's the thing, okay? Here's what you guys got to understand about me. Do I have the capacity to look at media and break it down in different ways? I would say yeah. But do I have the mental focus to sit down and do? No. Like if I want to review something, it's like this. Me talking to you right here. And it's me telling you some shit live in vivo, right? And this is what I was talking with Crimes about. Like, we obviously have different strengths because I'm more like a off the cuff. I can react to things quickly. I can do that stuff too. And he's more like a, let me get my thoughts down. Let me script it. Let me edit. Let me do all these things here. And I can't. You can, but you are gaining more subscribers each day. True. Also, I hope you guys know that I'm obviously kidding about when I'm doing your crimes. I love the fact that he's getting viewership. You need to go bilingual to amplify your audience. I would love to, but I'm not that good at being bilingual. You know what I mean? Like, if I could talk the way I normally talk in Spanish and English, then yeah. But I wouldn't even know how to even do that. Like, I'd have to be like, I'm sorry, this portion of the video is only for Spanish speakers. And I have to subtitle it for English speakers. I'll be like, it's Spanish Saturdays, you guys. Everyone actually, you know what? Tomorrow it's the different neurodivergence. True, my neurodivergency doesn't let me focus on this stuff. It lets me quickly rapid fire. Watch anime. I watch anime all the time. I'm wearing a Straw Hat shirt. And underneath it, I'm wearing a Gurren Lagann shirt. Oh, I'll learn. Oh, I do speak. I'm not going to say I speak Spanish like in a way where it's like, I'm perfect, but I do speak Spanish. Because I do speak Spanish. Cálmate, cálmate. Yo hablo español. Okay. Estoy bromando. If I didn't speak Spanish, I'd have a hard time communicating with my my girl's her mom. But I'm also learning Japanese too. So 日本語は話します。でも少し。But what I was saying before you guys completely derailed me. I'm always on topic and you guys are always the one derailing me. I was gonna say I really appreciate my community. And when I say shit like I don't care about like viewership or whatever, to an extent, I don't. Because I know I can do a stream on Saturday and you guys show up. And I still think that like you did need to practice for Benito. I would never need to practice for my boy Benito, okay? Empezando mañana, somos Puerto Rican, okay? ¿Entiendes? Cuando escucha Bad Bunny, estás Puerto Rican. Eres Puerto Rican, okay? Mañana, solo español. Okay, that's how we're gonna roll. Cat is doing his job. I am so happy. Maybe we'll get a Southeast Asian audience if you speak Indonesian. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Could you imagine? Could you imagine you guys came one day and I'm just like speaking 8 different languages, all with the goal of indoctrinating people into my disgusting leftist views? And I was in Spanish 1. I was also in Spanish 1. I just started picking shit up. It does help when your father is a polyglot. And I mean help in the sense that like, if you're like me and you're like, you're not better than me. I will also learn other languages. Yes, we have to laugh in Spanish. Everyone laugh in Spanish. It's just ja. Puerto Ricanese or Puerto Ricano or Ricas. Although the hardest thing in Spanish is for me rolling my R's, and then some of the word orders, I'm like, I always get that confused. To be fair and honest and handsome, Spanish isn't easy. Spanish has some shit where it's like, hey man, what do you mean you have haber and then tener? What are you talking about? Ser, estoy, or estar. It's You should be Democrat in English and conservative in Spanish. Yeah, hell, that gave me the views. Yeah, I'm gonna be leftist in English, and then in Spanish, I'm gonna be like, we're the right kind of people, okay? We got here legally, all right? No language is easy. True, but I think like from like a grammatical level, if you're coming from like English speaking, then languages that are less literal are harder. French is a sin against humanity, but like we're very idiomatic in our language, right? In English, but I'm good. I see my word, but when I'm thinking in Spanish or speaking in Spanish, I have to remember my word orders, because usually in English we're consistent in that it's like you have to say the like adjective then noun or subject, right? It's like, oh, okay, like the big house or like the big dog, the big car. But like in Spanish, in some instances, you can reverse the order and it still makes sense. Same thing in Japanese too. You can reverse the order and it still makes sense. I'm like, I don't like that. Yes, exactly. Red car, car red. It's like, oh, rojo. Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny. She's like, for example, Bad Bunny, if we were to follow English naming, Bad Bunny, bad, adjective, bunny, subject, noun, right? But in Spanish, it's conejito malo, which literally means little bunny bad. So you would flip it, where it's the subject and then the adjective, or we're describing it. Yeah, Spanish is super gendered until it's not. It's super gendered until it's not. Most basic Spanish understanding, right? It's if it ends in an a, it's feminine. It's femenino or femina. So it's ends in it's feminine. O masculino. So it's like, oh, like you say like uñas. Uñas is like nails, right? And you're like, oh, okay. Who just subscribed? Jamal, thank you. Right? You can say that. So la una, uñas, las uñas. Nails. Ends in A. Okay. Agua, water. Ends in A, so it's las aguas. No, idiot. Stupid. It's los aguas. Dummy. Los perdidos. Sí. Somos perdidos. But like hands. It's las aguas. Get out of here. It is not las aguas. It's and then hands, manos, right? So it's los manos. No, it's not. It's las. Las manos. Oh, las aguas is correct. See, I'm dumb. But la agua is not correct, right? El, yes, singular L, exactly. But that violates all the rules that you learn, where it's like this ends in O, it's masculine. This ends in A, it's feminine until it's not. And there is no like, oh, when do you know? You don't know. You don't know until someone tells you. That's it. You don't know until someone tells you. Yeah, like once you get it, you get it. But if you don't know, you don't. Like as simple as that. Yeah, el agua, which is masculine, but agua is ends in A, which would make it feminine, but it's not. Like it is until it isn't. And then you get into more intense shit where it's like, oh, well, like again, haber and tener. It's like they both mean like to have, but they're not the same thing. Haber is more of like the way I understand it to help me. It's like it's more of like abstract, and tener for the most part it's more concrete. But even then, it's like, and sometimes. And then you talk about like different types of Spanish, Puerto Rican Spanish, Chilean Spanish. It's not as simple as people think it is. And then sometimes you use Spanish from the bad country, which is Spain, and some people get really upset. The Spanish in Resident Evil 4 is Spaniard Spanish. It's the real Spanish. And I just pissed off every native Spanish speaker in my chat right now. But they know. They don't like. Also, there's also two types of like Spanish in Spain, because it's also like listen, if you're from Spain, I'm sorry, I don't like Castellano. It's I can't do it. I can't fucking do it, man. I tried watching a video in like Castellano, and I was just like, bro, I could not. Yeah, España. They no, Spanish from Spain is not real. See? Unfollowing. Wow. You see what I'm talking about? Haber. Because you can use haber like the verb form of haber. Tengo is first person, so like I have. Yo tengo. Tú tienes. Él tiene. Nosotros tenemos. And if you're from Spain, vosotros, which no one uses, by the way.
Um, but haber is like it is to have. It is to have, but it's it's a oh, it's my least favorite verb in Spanish. Okay. Yeah, I was making a joke when I said that people don't use vosotros. When I was taught English when I was taught Spanish from my teacher, she was Mexican. Her name was Miss Arias. She would and Miss Arias and Mr. Lopez, both Mexicans. They taught me Spanish, and they would intentionally skip vosotros. Like they would do like the conjugations, like yo, tú, ella, nosotros, and then ellos. And I would look at like, well, it says vosotros. They said, don't worry about that. So that's when I knew this shit ran deep. my teachers were like, don't worry about that. You don't ever have to worry about using vosotros, okay? Because we speak Spanish and we don't use it. And I was like, oh, I'm sensing some colonial bullshit happening here. It's true. But I also know like you use haber for like things you've done in like the past, and also like that things that exist. And you use tener for more like physical, emotional states. Like tengo hambre, I'm hungry. I have hunger. Which is kind of a fun. I sometimes I think it's kind of a cute way to say things. Like English, we say I'm hungry, but they're like, oh no, I'm not hungry. I have hunger. I have hunger. The hunger is something I possess. It is mine, and I have it. We just say I'm hungry, and I go, hi, hungry. I'm dad. Does it come from Resident Evil 4? Which keeps me thinking, what does un forasteros? Huh. That was in Resident Evil? Tengo sueño. I have sleepy. I have sleepy. Also, there are so many things said, right? I have thirst. Well, you are not, you have it, you're not hunger. I am hunger. That's what you understand. But I'm saying in English, what we do, which I realize is different, in English, we, everything's implied. It's contextual based, right? Like we say, I'm sleepy. Not like me, the person, TTBN, is the physical embodiment of sleep, but it's to let you know that I am in a state where I am wanting to no longer be conscious, right? But all of our stuff is, again, contextually based. So you can be like, bro, I'm sick of this shit. You're not literally sick, right? But we speak, again, in a very figurative tone in English. So the harder part for learning stuff is like you have to be able in English to understand people's intentions like very well. And that's nothing like Lone Fang, you're making a good point, right? Isn't it translated to there's an intruder? Direct translations, that's why we have localizers. I know in the anime community there's a huge push against localizations, but without localizers, and if we just did raw translations, nothing would make sense. So in that context, they could be saying that, right, to be like, there's an intruder, there's a stranger here. But what is this stranger doing? It's an intruder, he's intruding. So it's like, this fits this situation, right? But without localizers, you lose a lot of context. And so languages don't really translate well, right? Yeah. Forasteros, like the closest in the USA would be like a hillbilly in the Bronx. Right, exactly. Like a foreigner, someone out of place, right? But it's hard to
to translate that directly. Right? So it's like that's why you have people who localize. That's why it's okay, but language has to relate to the culture that it's in. And so when people outside the culture hear the language, they need to find a way to relate to it, to understand it. Like that's how you learn languages. Like that's why for me, when I hear like haber versus like tener, my brain goes, okay, one is talking about like, oh, like there's many days in the week. That's when you use haber. But if it's like I have $20, you use like tener, right? But translating it raw doesn't mean the same thing. No. It's if you were again, like you said, like tengo sueño, right? It's like, oh, I'm tired, I'm sleepy. If he were to say it straight, he'd say, I have sleep. Imagine if someone walked up to you and was like, I have hunger, I have sleep. Right? Like imagine if you okay. So you guys say correct me if I'm wrong, but in Spanish, when you want someone to watch out, like, oh my God, be careful, like, pay attention, you say aguas. Aguas. So like, yeah, then goes something, I have dream. So you go like aguas, aguas, right? And like, if you were to just directly translate that without the context behind it, someone come to you saying, water, water. You'd be like, what are you talking about? And then you get domed in the head, right? Because when they say aguas, that's like, watch out. There's a context behind it. Like, be careful, right? Waters. Like you can't then be like, oh yeah, directly translate that. Waters with ice. And it's like, be careful. Like it's be careful on water. You want to slip or fall, or whatever. There's a context behind that. But if you just translate things raw, ten cuidado? No. I wasn't gonna say that. Because that makes more sense. Well, like water, water. Like you need someone to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, oh, I get it. There's a context behind it, right? Which is why I get really mad when people talk about like, we don't need localizers. This is my yes, exactly, right? Exactly. So like in a culture, in Mexican culture, like that's like, yes. If other people speak Spanish, like, what are you talking about? We don't say that. It works within a culture. But like this is now we've reached the portion of the stream where I'm just gonna be upset about things again. In the anime community, there's a huge push against local hell in the gaming community too. There's a huge push against localizers, against localizations, which to me is the dumbest thing possible. It's so stupid because they believe truly that it's woke now to localize things is woke. They want to have AI do it. Everyone's like, yeah, we want to have AI do it. We don't want these woke people influencing these translations. And then they'll get mad because someone got called like a fucking incel. And like, what? Or he said, this is lit. Or like, he's crashing out. Like, what? My precious Japanese, they would never say crashing out. I'm like, they would say the equivalent of crashing out. Do you understand the intent? You mentioned JoJo's. Yes. Okay, so God, I'm going deep lore right now. So in JoJo's was not translated into English for decades. Like officially for decades. It was not translated into English. It was just in Japanese and then also in Chinese. So what happened, there was a thing that's called like the Duang or Dugong, something like that, translation group. And they took, yeah, it was Duong. And they took the Chinese scans and then just raw translated it from Chinese. And that's when you get the memes, like if you're in the JoJo community, when they talk about King Crimson, it just works. Because they could not translate it in a way that made sense to English speakers. It was just, hold on, let me see if I can find. Oh, literally the first thing I typed. I just typed in Duong and it immediately went to JoJo's. So this is what you got. Yeah, what a beautiful Duong. There must be no other place as pretty as this town. This feels like a picnic. Josuke, at this time, oh my god, the end of the world is near. Jotaro just warned you. My nam is, you don't need to remember, Gulang Kangi. His name is Koichi Hirose, okay? His name is Koichi Hirose. And he says, you don't need to remember. He never says that. He's 15. The past month to me is only graduations test. The entrance into high school brings really exciting and worrying days. Till I met these two very special guys. Like, this is unironically what the people who hate localization think is peak. They want this. They say this is great. Like, they say this is peak for them. I feel you. I can feel your feelings. I can feel them. Yeah. This one right here. Yes, you guys, I have in fact read the Duong translations, and they're so bad. They're so bad, but it's such peak comedy. It's such peak comedy. But again, this is what I am the fucking strong. This is what they want. Like, they yearn for the days of fan subs, and I'm telling you, fan subs were some of the most edgiest bullshit you will ever see. Like when they had Dragon Ball fan subs, they had Goku cussing like all the time. All the fucking time. Like literally they were just cussing all the time because they were trying to be edgy as hell. Like here's like, look at this shit. Like just cussing. Goku saying fuck. There was one where it was like, they're like, Goku's like, get the F off my planet. I'm like, he would never say that. Like, see, look, you idiot. There's somebody want as an opponent. This is recent. And then the fan sub is, the fuck is wrong with you? From his point, you're just fodder who'd be no match with him, no match for him. Official, if you manage to upset Beer-sama, we'll be in a huge world of trouble. Fan sub, if we get on Beer-sama's bad side, I can assure you we'll be neck deep in shit. This isn't even what they said. Like these aren't like fan subs are just insane, just profane, right? In Mexico, we put a lot of slang and localized jokes and pop culture based shows and movies. Yes, that's because that's how it's supposed to be. That's why I keep trying to tell these fucking idiots, especially when it comes to comedy. You know what they want? They want this. This is what they want. They unironically want this shit. They want this shit. They literally want this. They want to watch animes where you have to fucking stop and read everything on the screen because they're just like, yes, this makes it more accurate. Like they want this. Like this is unironically what they want. Where they're like, oh, he makes a reference like Oda Nobunaga, and they want to have a paragraph on the screen going, well, the reason why this joke works is because Oda Nobunaga was one of the earlier uniters of Japan. Well, then it got finished by Hideyoshi, right? But it's like one of the earliest uniters of Japan. So when he says you're a real Oda Nobunaga, what he's saying here is, wow, you really do a good job of almost completing a task, but only failing miserably at the end. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, just tell me, just what? Like, this is what they want. They think this is peaked. Like, we want shit like this. Like, we want to just have
things on screen. And I'm like, first off, you motherfuckers don't read. You guys don't read. So miss me with the we want this thing. Like, but they hate. There's a huge hate for localizers ruined everything. And there'll be like a line where they're just like, in Japanese, it'll be like, oh, well, you know, I like a guy who's, you know, able to get his hands dirty. And in English, they'll be like, I like a man who's rugged. And they'll be like, they completely butchered the line. They entered some woke feminist bullshit. And it's like, dude, relax. And the worst thing too, though, is they have these headcanons that are so completely unrelated to the story. And when it doesn't happen that way, they get so mad. Like the most recent example I can think of, Jujutsu Kaisen, which makes this officially every stream I've done this year, I've mentioned Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know why, but it just happens. These people are so upset about, this is no longer about localizers. That was just a small little bridge. They're so upset that it's not a one-to-one. Like, hold on, let me make sure I'm not fucking doing anything weird. But like, they're so upset that it's not a one-to-one. They're upset now that like this is what I'm talking about. They're upset that his cursed energy looks like cursed energy. And I'm just like, oh, so Jackpot's gonna be a whole bunch of blue. People's like, what are you? This is. And then in my hand cannon, his thing is, and it's like, they saw fan edits, and they're like, oh, this is what Hikari looks like. This is what it should happen. I'm like, the complaints, it's gonna look like this shit. Like the complaints I have seen this season in regards to Jujutsu Kaisen are some of the my biscuits too buttery ass shit I've ever seen. Like they are getting fed. They are getting fucking fed. S tier quality shit. Honestly, this season in anime, it's this and Fate Strange Fake that are blowing me out of the water. They're blowing my mind. Like the animation happening in those two series, the cuts that they're using, the angles, the like, it's blowing my mind. And you see people going like, the worst one though, the worst one by far, I'm still mad about this because I talked about this last week, is the Maki shit. The way that they were mad that Maki Toji panel, they were so mad about that shit that they were like, they ruined it. They butchered it. They because they didn't give me the exact panel. Fate Strange is good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that shit there. Fate Strange is moving different. Just from a visual standpoint, it's so much better than any of the previous Fate animes. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. But they were upset about the Toji panel. 1 through 10. If we're looking in terms of quality of animation, 10. Fate, I'm not just glazing. Fate, okay, let me show you something, okay? Let me show you. I feel like in a sense I feel like John Bernthal. Let me show you something. Like look at, oh, this is recent. I don't want to watch the recent one. I'm gonna watch a fight that I didn't see. So just hold on, wait. Okay, so I'm not gonna get clapped, so I'm good at this. But just look at this. Just watch this for me, okay? Of Las Vegas, it's their version of Las Vegas, but yeah, it's just. I'm not even certain
that this is the same studio, because like it looks too different. So I was looking it up. I was like, who's producing this? And then I was like, oh, this is A1 Pictures. So I was like, oh, this isn't the same studio. Because the previous ones were done by Ufotable. And you can tell because Ufotable loves mixing 2D with 3D compositions, right? And I saw this and I was like, wait a minute, this looks different. My only issue with the Fate series is all of them are just preludes to the game, and the games are a fucking nightmare for me to manage. So I'm like, that's why you watch an anime series and you feel like it's kind of incomplete. So you're like, oh, this is not like a full story. You have to play the game, and then do like this, which is like a series of visual novels, and this is different routes, and this one's either the end to one of the routes or is the beginning to get you into a route. And it's like, but there's no like, because I watched like Fate Grand Order. I watched a lot of Fate animes. I watched like Fate Grand Order, and it felt empty. Like it felt it wasn't complete. And it's like it's not. Like Fate Grand Order, I think is well, I think it's a obviously it's a game, but I think it's like a different kind of game, right? It's not it's a mobile game. There we go. Jesus Christ. And I was like, oh, but still, A1 Pictures is doing the damn thing. A1 Pictures is they're goated right now. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, all the games, like the Fate series is just it's so expansive. I'm like, I'm just gonna watch the animes that I like, and then that's it. I was talking about something earlier. I was doing a thing where so yeah, they were mad about Fate Grand Order is a decade old game, exactly. But the anime is not old. Like the anime came out in 2019, which isn't that long ago. The game came out in 2015. Like they just be doing shit. And I think it came out even more recently in like an American side. But yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen. People were mad about the Toji panel because if you guys don't know, the Toji panel in the anime is different than the one in the manga because of course they're different mediums. I was like, this is stupid. And then I saw people getting upset at the Kashimo panel. And I'm like, they haven't even gotten to a Kashimo panel. And they're like, no, they ruined him already because of like this. He looks way older in anime and his green eyes don't have the same penetrating gaze in the manga. It's like, shut up. It's like, oh my god, like being part of like the anime community and like the gaming community has been so detrimental to my mental health at times because I'm just constantly I'm constantly around people who are just miserable, who are just complaining all the time. They're like, oh no, he's they're gonna ruin him. They're gonna ruin my boy Kashimo. And it's like, buddy, it's been like a second, man. It's been a second. Like, I'm like, and it's definitely insane the anime community. The gacha game is both. Gacha games, it's anime and video games. You can just type in gacha game. It's anime. It's anime. Like of course it's gonna be awful. Of course it's gonna be terrible. It's combining the worst aspects, the worst elements of each fucking community, and then saying, give me money now. And I'll give you waifus. Why is Japan obsessed with gotcha? All right. There is the rant section. I did say I was gonna watch a video. We're gonna watch Queen Coke Francis. Again, I'm gonna just get some water and then we can watch this. Okay. So this is Queen Coke Francis. I mean, great name. Sometimes I wish I was more creative with my name. People don't know what the TTBN stands for.
Good bitches, the name's Francis.
Oh,
Coke
okay.
Francis. I'm an editor, Twitch streamer, drag artist, and I'm here because has this ever happened to you? You're just a guy, being a dude, and you've had a long day of doing whatever it is you do all day. Work, day drinking, ice applications, calling women fat on the internet, you name it. And now it's time to relax and unwind. And what
Hell
better
yeah.
way to do that than with a nice video game? That new one you've
Exactly.
been wanting just came out. You've been waiting for a long time. You might have even sent death threats to developers for any delays. But the past
As any real gamer would do, of course. Of course.
is the past. And now it's time to sink your 3 teeth into a game where you mow down civilians with a firearm that can be purchased at any Texas Walmart. The title screen comes on. Yes! It's finally playtime. The character creation menu shows up and, I'm sorry. You have to pick a body type. Whatever happened to just man and lady? No matter though.
Yeah. No, she's right. Yeah. Yeah, she's right. When I play video games and the second I see body type, I'm like, woke. This is woke garbage. They're trying to destroy my masculinity. These video games are trying to make me unmanly, but I won't let them.
As long as you can still create a character with gigantic porno slopper waifu taste, the game should at least be somewhat playable. Wait a minute. What do you mean you can only give your female girl character double Ds? What is this, North Korea? You try to push this out of your mind, but then you're presented with the dreaded question. What are your character's pronouns? It's an all
Woke.
too familiar feeling. You, a straight white cisgender male, have one
By the way, I love the fact that this has been his legacy. For you, those of you who are blissfully unaware of the man that is being currently superimposed, this is Az, aka heel versus babyface, aka a 50+ year old man complaining about pronouns in video games.
again been victimized by the gaming industry, which in
I'm also not kidding when I say 50-year-old man. Like he's he was born in 1975. Like, actually, he's 51 years old. No, he's sorry. Math. He's 50. He's 50. He's 50. This man, his 50s. He's so when he was like 49 years old, this was his legacy. Like, this is him. He's on Cameo. Why would you put him on Cameo? Who would wait? Hold on, wait. What are his? Is he really on this? Is he really on this? Ad is unavailable. Book a business video, $250.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs. Babyface, decade veteran on YouTube, survivor of the meme wars, now here on Cameo for your blessed entertainment.
No fucking way. 100 fans want Az back on Cameo. Wait.
Hey Martino's blue Maserati, you fucking massive poser. Where's my blue Maserati?
Oh, why does this seem so... Hold on. Hey, does this seem kind of... Yeah, he's British. But does this seem kind of... Where's my blue Maserati? Like, does this seem kind of...
Martino? Anyway, this isn't for Martino. This is for you, blue Maserati. Martino has asked me to do a cameo for you as the guy who's currently beginning to install the laminate flooring in the office. The sofa has arrived. Mr. Porkchop is making a cameo, Martino. Hello. There you go. We're testing out the recliner. It's very nice. But
I don't...
Hey Cindy, how you doing? Az here from Heel vs.
Y'all niggas paid for this? Y'all, this is the... God damn, dude, if I didn't have morals, oh my God, are you kidding me? My 75-year-old mom plays WoW for the first... When did this happen? I know, I'm getting distracted. 7 years ago. He was 43 when this happened. Okay, I'm getting distracted. But yes, he is known for the pronouns rant, like literally pronouns. Like that's what his legacy is. This is what his legacy is. But yeah, he is 50 years old. On the Mauler subreddit, Gary reminds me of so many guys I know right about his age, 10 years older than me. He'll read Babyface is a bigot. I'm sorry, I got so sidetracked. But yes, he's 50 years old. Have I watched the video about side scrollers with movies with Mark? I think I did. I did because he was talking about how they're vapid in their analysis on movies. They don't talk about shit they've actually seen. I think I'm subscribed to movies with Mark. Yeah, see, I watched it. I'm hip. I follow most of the people you guys follow, okay? Yeah, and they're so bad. They're so bad. I'm just so glad that there's other creators here again who are just like, we all hate the same shit, so we're just gonna dunk on them, hoping they go away.
Insists on including any characters that don't appeal to the id of your chud desires. Only 85% of games these days have male protagonists, and a mere 60% of female protagonists can actually get your pee-pee hard. Isn't it bad enough that 3% of game protagonists are black? What's next? 4%? 5? Even 6? When you...
Oh, I guess, you guys, the great replacement theory is real now. I guess this is kind of confirmation that it's real. Have I paid to vote for the Real Game Awards? No. I will never pay. Wait. You've met Queen Coke Francis out of drag? You've met a legend? That's fucking awesome. No, I won't. Listen.
I know February 23rd is the Real Game Awards. Of course, it's on my radar. So I was going to have to make up an excuse to why Razor Fist at the podcast. Isn't Razor Fist like a pedo and an abuser?
Found out that less than 2% of games featured openly queer or trans characters. That was your trail of tears. Simply put, the gaming industry has been hijacked by liberal politics and the woke
activists.
agenda. And you now come to the internet with a humble question. Are there any conservative games out there? Well, today, you just might have your answer. A while back, I made a video about Steam's woke content detector, which is the ultimate guide for passionate gamers whose make or break.
Also, I was one of the first ones to do this, and I feel like I'm always left in the dust. I was one of the first ones to make fun of the Steam detector shit. I was. Look. People are like, oh, a year ago, 10 months ago, a year ago. Her video was posted a year. No, I need something more specific than a year ago. I need the date. October 19th, right? My video. Content. Woke. Detector. I just need to do woke. God damn it. Mine was March. October. I did mine first. March 2024 was me. It was me. No one else was doing this. No one else was doing this when I did it. A year ago, but guess what? Guess what month it was? February 1st. I was the first one to do this, okay? It was me. I did this. Wait, can I organize by date? Upload. No, I want to, whatever. Just so you guys know, okay? It was me. I was the first one to do it. Everyone here came after me. Everyone did this after I did this, okay? Let it be known. Let it be known that I did mines in March of 2024. Everyone else is a year ago. I was ahead of the curve, baby. I was ahead of the curve. And you know what happened? The curve left me. I fell off the curve. But it was me. I was the first one. I'm not mad about it or anything. I'm just saying. I'm just saying I was the one who did it. And everyone else copied me. Everyone's copied me. I was there. I was the original. But again, not mad. I'm happy, actually. I'm happy. I'm happy that I started a trend where everyone felt so comfortable talking about woke content detectors and what shit. Oh, hold on. Let me check it so quick. Why can't I click on this link? Won't let me fucking... Oh, my God. Whatever. I'll do it later.
When buying a game is whether or not a black person is in it, or heaven forbid, two dudes smooching. But it raised another question. In the midst of all of these woke games, are there any games left that aren't?
I'm an OG.
There have to be some games out there without a strict political agenda that also reinforce traditional conservative values. Right? Well, as a gamer and a bisexual, non-binary, Jewish, mixed-race, ADHD drag queen, I set off on yet another side quest to find a game that will finally make everyone happy. Games where the worst guy you knew in high school who couldn't even make it as an ICE agent will see a reflection of himself in, no matter how much of a cell phone it might be. Games where you can finally be... conservative. apparently. Now, just because these guys don't have a date for Valentine's Day doesn't mean you don't. Whether you're celebrating with a partner or even by yourself.
We don't do ad reads on this channel because I'm not sponsored, so I'm a hater. Here we go.
Men. Before the advent of Gamergate 2.0 in 2024,
which is what I also coined. I did all this. Where's my respect? You can't do this to me. What was? Oh, I said I hope. Again, Gamergate 2.0. What was the date? When did this video come out? You guys remember Gamergate? I don't have that beanie anymore, and I'm so mad about that. A year ago, baby. $11 months ago. A year ago, but I bet you I came out before. I bet you mine was March, see? And then April. I tell you, I was ahead of this shit. I was Sargon of the Akkad. Oh my, you know that guy's like he's a pedo supporter.
I've had a lot of.
When did he do this? March 27th. I did mine's March 3rd. I don't have the Flex Luthor shirt. I know, don't remind me. I'm just saying, you guys. I'm just saying. I was on top of this shit literally before most of these content creators even aware of it. Like, I was on top of this shit, okay? I'm obviously not hating on anyone who did this content, but I just think it's funny that, like, I called this a mile away. I called that shit. I knew exactly what was going to happen, baby. That's why people try to come at me being like, I know I'm talking about. Guess who was the first one to make fun of content detector games? Guess who was the first one to say this is Gamergate 2.0, and I hope it's not it. Your boy. That's why you guys should subscribe and follow me, because I'm always ahead of the curve.
discourse over
How's it go?
conservative
Never wrong, just early.
core games. First burst through the Twitter placenta back in 2023 with this post. Here's the final list of the conservative core games, mostly chosen by you guys. Leave your thoughts below. So Mr. Christ is King in bio posted this graphic, and it immediately went viral for obvious reasons. A lot of people immediately dismissed it as rage bait, but that would mean OP is even stupider than we thought. Like, you're gonna have a take this stupid and not even earn any engagement revenue off of it, in addition to your standard military slop, and the games where players blindly worship the institutions that the game is criticizing. There were some perplexing choices.
When I saw this, by the way, not this video, this image, I thought this was satire. I thought it was satire because literally one of the games on here, besides BioShock, was Fire Emblem. And I'm like, oh, this is a joke, right? Like, if you guys can't read the list, I'll read it to you. I can't read the first one, but it's probably Final Fantasy. That's Darktide, Doom, Zelda, Sniper Elite, Mortal Kombat, Skyrim, Persona 4, RimWorld, Morrowind, Quake, Silent Hill 3, Parasite Eve, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, Battlefield 4, Dino Crisis, Fallout 3, Counter-Strike, Arma, Something Squad, Ready or Not, just military shop, right? Devil May Cry 2, Mega Man 0, Stalker. Now I mentioned Fire Emblem, BioShock, Halo 2, Battlefield 3, Call of Duty Black Ops, Dawn of War, Ninja Gaiden 2, Metro 2033, Space Marine, Killzone 2, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, God of War 3, not 1 or 2,
And then Metal Gear Rising. The these were the conservative games. Fucking Fire Emblem, are you kidding?
Here, most specifically Persona 4,
Yeah.
a game about children who uncover a murder plot by a corrupt cop, and also has some of the frankest discussions about gender and
homosexuality.
sexuality
Yeah.
in any JRPG, let alone one that originally came out in 2008. I spent way too much time trying to make a connection here before realizing that this was just a thing where a guy included everybody's favorite games. People would see their favorite games and freak out, and thus keep the Twitter ecosystem healthy and thriving as usual. Like any good internet investigation, I decided to start with the best, healthiest place to ask questions in this free
They're gonna say Reddit.
a marketplace of ideas. Reddit.com. The first thread I found was an r/ask conservatives, which is probably the most reasonable conservative subreddit out there. And by reasonable, I mean a place with transgender topics currently on moratorium. What are some conservative video games? I saw a thread about movies a couple days ago and wanted to ask the same about video games. I'm having a hard time finding anything that doesn't have a liberal woke message. Now, we all know the reason as to why this person can't find a game without a liberal woke message. The
Fire Emblem's political. How is that not woke? That is a good question. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the conclusion to this video, but I'm gonna give them the watch time. It's because these people are stupid and they don't understand that most creative endeavors inherently are left-leaning, because left-leaning people are typically able to critique people in power and structures in a way that makes sense and is enjoyable, whereas people on the right only do things to attack their enemies. So you have lots of video games, like I mentioned in my other videos, where you're talking about overthrowing governments, going against corrupt kings, killing God, which is basically every JRPG effort, right? And then they don't understand that that is an allegory or a symbolic of them wanting to overthrow their current oppressive structures and systems. Persona 4 and Persona 5 make it very plain as day that they are talking about modern Japanese society and how the youth are often burdened by the previous generations and they feel shackled, right? Persona 5 even more so. But because it's in Japan, their fantasy weebland that has no problems at all, they're just like, no, it's just a game where this guy sucks and there's no larger picture at all. But games that are more conservative are usually straight up Nazi supported games like The Great Rebellion, much like conservative, what the fuck is going on? My internet's tanking. What the hell? That was weird. What is going on? Have I been streaming too long? What the hell? What? Hold on. Why is it? Am I effing right now in the chat? It seems. Okay, I'm not effing. Okay. I saw my frame rate going down. But yeah, basically conservative or right-leaning projects don't really land because they only exist to punch down and attack their ideological enemies without saying anything. It's where you get the new norm show, right? Where it's just, boy, liberals are weird. Boy, people have different colored hair and they're strange. Oh, look at these DEI things, but they don't say anything. It's just appealing to their base, which never really appeals to a wide group of people, which is why you don't see fucking conservative content like popping off in terms of these creative spaces.
first reason is that video games are made by artists, and conservatism is antithetical to art.
Okay, so I spent like 20 minutes saying what she was going to say in 2 seconds. Sue me.
Conservatism itself upholds the authoritarian, oppressive regimes and figures that are frequently the antagonist in video games, especially in RPGs. The second reason.
Okay, I know I'm the pause king, but I literally said this in my last video, like almost verbatim, because this is an easy assessment to make.
that anything that does not perfectly conform to his worldview is woke is because it probably features demographics of people that he would never respect in real life, so why should he have to in his video game safe space? No matter. Let's see what some of the answers here are. Alex Jones, NWO Wars, here's—
God damn it, dude. I swear I did not watch this video. You guys know I didn't watch this video because you saw the bar. This is my first time watching this video. But they're so predictable that I literally said this just now. Like, this is the kind of shit that they have.
the trailer if you want to see. Do I want to see? Is Stephen Miller 411? I am ready to not remove for violating terms of services. Oh, thank God. Someone else uploaded it.
No. I'm here to save the beagles. Stop torturing puppies.
Did PETA make this game too? Sounds pretty woke to me.
The answer to 1984 is 1776. They're turning the friggin' frogs gay.
This is amazing.
Let's free the patriots.
I don't know, guys. We're off to a pretty great start here. I don't think—
Time out.
I don't know, guys.
Turning the friggin' frogs gay.
This is amazing.
Let's free the patriots.
Big tech lizard nerd. And I feel like now maybe I am a little too woke. But Alex Jones, NWO Wars, I feel like that was the person they're making fun of. I think that was George Soros. It was like big nerd, big tech lizard nerd. Okay. Big tech lizard nerd. I feel like someone has an all bosses run of this. I'm so curious. Oh no, that was Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, so Virgin Billionaire was that Bill Gates? We have Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci. It's so funny that this is supposed to be Mark Zuckerberg, as if Mark Zuckerberg hasn't been part of trying to tear down the fabric of American society. The rapist, that can be anyone. Oh, Bill Clinton. Okay. Crooked Witch of the West, probably Hillary Clinton. Yep. Wow, I got it in one. Castro Jr. AOC? No. Okay. Truthfully, I don't know who that's supposed to be. Nazi Dragon. Oh, these are your people. Giant puppet octopus. All-powerful globalist. That's Soros. Okay, there we go. This is, oh my God, this is so fucking funny to me. Oh my God, dude. Part of me kind of wants to play this game, I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, guys. We're off to a pretty great start here. I don't think anything can top this one. I should stream this game.
Machine gun.
Days Gone. Got it free on PS5 years after launch. Zero bugs or glitches. The writing was impactful. I actually cared and was interested in the people in the
What is concerned about Days Gone? Because there's a white guy on a bike?
relationships. I thought it was okay, but there was definitely a clear feminist slant. The female love interest was unlikable and didn't seem to care nearly as much about the protagonist as he did about her. The villain was overtly sexist and had a negative religious and military theme. Ah, God, I should have known. How could I get my hopes up? Goddamn wokeness, making villains sexist again. Victoria 3? I mean, you can technically play as a communist, but you can also be conservative conservative or right-wing. Ah yes, the illusion of choice. You can ban immigrants, enact slavery, change economic mode to libertarian. Well, at least Ask Conservatives is willing to admit that legalizing slavery is,
It's
in
conservative.
fact, a conservative value. You know it was the Democrats that wanted to keep slavery, right? Insurgency Sandstorm, fight terrorism in co-op. Counter-Strike, fight terrorism as a counter-terrorist to counter the terrorists. Tom Clancy series of games. Just say military slop and move on. I mean, that's completely ignoring the fact that most war games are actually very critical of war and the military-industrial complex, but media literacy is not what we're interested in.
What are you talking about? When I play my favorite game, military shooter in the Middle East, all I think about is, man, look at all these bad people who are just happen to be brown. And look at me doing like illegal war crime. I mean, look at me liberating these poor people from their terrible situations. Spec Ops the what?
In here. Only bang bang pew pew come home bang my wife values. What about Call of Duty? You simp for Reagan? You downplay American war crimes? And it's an immersive experience where you get to tell real women to make you a sandwich. Homefront the Revolution tells you why the Second Amendment exists and why you must fight against tyranny. I can't believe I'm saying this, but holy
it's North
shit,
Koreans.
more conservatives really need to play Homefront the Revolution. Assassin's Creed series teaches you the history of the world, kind of. It's the kind of part that is truly a hallmark of conservative history. Another person asked a similar question in the same subreddit. Conservative gamers, what video games do y'all play? It's as the title says.
I'm sorry. I know I'm pausing so much and we've only made it 11 minutes into this video, but you guys know how I do things. The notion that these people are so soft that they need to be told which games won't upset their delicate conservative values proves to me without a shadow of a doubt, even though I have also covered topics similar to this, that these people are not built for the real world. They are so afraid of literally everything that even a game when they were talking about Days Gone, they can't play because the female character doesn't like the male character as much. Like that's your will conservatives play Stardew Valley? No, too many minorities in that game. Like, but that's your whole thing where like the lady in the game who's supposed to like me doesn't like me as much as I like her. And I'm definitely not mirroring my real life relationships at all.
Your favorite video games can be any type of game that you like playing. A bit less radical of a question here. OP seemingly isn't asking for a game with conservative values, simply asking his fellow Surveys what games they enjoy playing the most.
Surveys is
Fallout 3
great.
and Fallout New Vegas. Let's see where this goes. There is something
They're gonna mention the Legion, aren't they?
ironically patriotic playing a game in a world that revolves around post-nuclear America, where nationalism appears to be a theme throughout for the antagonist faction in 3, where in the former, in one mission, you fight alongside a robot named Liberty Prime that exudes American pride.
Liberty Prime is literally a satire on American like nationalism and jingoism.
Liberty Prime mentioned, and not a totally inaccurate take, especially after somebody posted this meme in my subreddit, which is apparently a thing, and I was completely unaware of until very recently. I do think Fallout 3 fits this person's description more than Fallout New Vegas, which, as you all know, is a gateway to homosexuality and transgenderism. Name another game
Which
where
is why I never played
bisexuals
it.
do 10% more damage. I'll wait. Hell, I'll look it up right now. Sorry, this thing takes a minute to turn on. Yes, I have the Pimp Boy 3 billion from Fallout New Vegas. I have better friends than you. Sorry. Okay. According to my Pimp Boy 3 billion, it says that Fallout New Vegas is, in fact, the only game where bisexuals do 10% more damage. So, here's a question someone proposed in our gaming. What are some video games that support socially conservative ideologies? Now, this is in the general gaming subreddit and not a conservative echo chamber, so I'm definitely interested in seeing the responses to this. Police Simulator. Hold up.
How the
Yeah, Mitchell and I streamed that game.
Shift over, you committed police brutality! Holy shit! They literally will punish you in ways that our own justice system does not.
I don't know how accurate this comment is, though, because
Yes.
Police Simulator actually punishes you for police brutality, which is good, but boring. God, that game was balls. Dream Daddy is pretty good. All the women
What? All the women in the game dress very modestly, and there's a huge emphasis on marriage.
in the
Hey,
game
man.
dress very modestly.
I don't
and
think
there
you
is a
understand.
huge emphasis on marriage. I streamed that game too. If you know, you know. It just got really quiet. Do straight people even like each other? Hashtag justice for Mary. The Bible game? I need to retitle this video to games I need to stream as soon as humanly possible. Apparently, this was a real game for PS2 and Game Boy Advance, where you basically hunt demons, whack them with the Bible, and then challenge them to Bible trivia. Apologies, Christianity. I was unfamiliar.
No fucking shot, dude. Oh my god. There is quite simply no other religion that needs to constantly reaffirm itself than Christianity. It's just no one else does it like Christians, man. No one else does it like Christians. They gotta do Bible trivia deathmatch. There's another game coming out that I have played actually called I Am Jesus. I played that early access demo. That's the only religion where they're like, we need to constantly, every year, every hour of every day, pump our beliefs into people, no matter what. Video games, TV shows, movies, books, just all over nonstop, just a full court press.
Familiar with your game? Leisure Suit Larry. This is the best answer. If they truly want an anti-woke, politically incorrect game with lots of boobies, look no further than the Hugh
Leisure
Hefner
Suit,
simulator from the 1990s. This is actually what Rush Limbaugh wanted to be, but he was too physically and verbally repulsive to do so. So much for the tolerant left. Am I right, fellas? BioShock 1 is heavily influenced by Ayn Rand's philosophy of objectivism, as presented in her books The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged.
Which is, honestly, I will say this. They're not wrong that it was influenced by Ayn Rand's philosophy about objectivism, right? But this thing, if you played BioShock, which they're probably going to talk about, but hey, this is my video too now. We're teaming up on this. BioShock is a full critique. It's a full critique of philosophy, because going by that philosophy, Rapture is in ruins. Like it's a failed state because of his belief in objectivism and the great man.
And we all know how perfectly Rapture turned out. This is a very interesting answer to me because OP didn't ask what games positively supported socially conservative ideologies,
Oh,
just
that's true.
whether or not they did. Rapture is often described.
They have Jesus Simulator? No. Wait, what? Is that the same game I was talking about? Jesus Christ Simulator? Well, okay, they have Jesus Simulator and then Jesus Christ Simulator. So now I gotta see. This one already came out? Wait. What? Hey, pay their rent and the souls in hell, war crimes, or condemn them. Oh my God. He's making it rain blood and it's killing the demons. Jesus has ice breath. Oh my God. He has holy vision.
He has human money too. Wait, how much is this? Okay, chat. I have a question. 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 Hypothetically, if I get this game, it is very positive. Now, here's the thing. It's only $2. It's only $2. And I feel like I need to support indie developers, right? I gotta put my money where my mouth is. So like now, did I just buy it? I did, but I also bought Sorry We're Closed just now. So I think I think we're good. Okay. All right. All right. And then there's Jesus Simulator. This one's $14.99. Oh, this looks like dog shit though. Yeah, the PlayStation 5 version sucks. Nah, this is boring. I'd rather fight demons. So now, when I stream again on Twitch, y'all gotta show up. Y'all gotta show up for Jesus. Not for me. If not for me, for Jesus. If it's trash, it's trash. Blaspheme. You shall not do in my chat.
Described as a libertarian utopia gone wrong, but if anything,
You guys, I did buy the game. The game is purchased. I am going to stream it.
it just
Not
reached
today, though.
its natural conclusion. And we all know how badly conservative men need a big daddy to look after them. Oh, here's a thread I'm gonna have to pop a radix before diving into. Oh, I ran out after my last video. This was asked in R Kotaku in action. What are
Oh
some
my
good
God.
conservative or libertarian leaning games?
Just so you guys know, Kotaku in action, the best way I could describe it is, what if Asmongold had a second Reddit? What if he had a second subreddit? That's Kotaku in action.
That have come out in the last decade. The opposite of shoving politics into everything is not shoving different politics into everything. Why does it have to be political? I just wanted to play games based and grill-pilled. Persona 5 Royal has a very strong populist and anti-totalitarian message in it. Plus the game promotes individuality, redemption, and justice.
Why would a conservative like
I
this?
was today years old when I learned that the party who disowns people for being
Yeah.
gay, deports and kills US citizens with no due process, and licks the boots of modern-day slave catchers promotes individuality, redemption, and justice. Oh, and that a game about autistic teenagers beating up a pedophile jock, a mob boss, a billionaire CEO, a cop, and
a politician.
Republican politician
Yeah.
represents conservative values. And because we were just talking about BioShock, I just thought of
Welcome to the circus of
The
I'm
values.
saying the Persona series because it shows how
What? What the fuck? Why is Persona in this sub? You can tackle woke topics in a tasteful manner. It handles topics like sexism, sexuality, mental health, exploitation, female empowerment, etc. in a way that's not preachy or condescending. They beat the shit out of the pet. Not preaching, condescending. The final boss of Persona 5 is a literal politician. Was I playing the wrong Persona games? Not preachy?
you can tackle woke topics in a
Who was the
tasteful
YouTuber in the
manner.
eye
It
patch?
handles
This is Queen Coke Francis.
Topics like sexism, sexuality, mental health, exploitation, female empowerment, etc., in a way that is not preachy or condescending. Okay, so riddle me this. What games out there do handle those topics in a preachy and or condescending way?
I got a game for you. It's called Jesus Simulator. Not this one, though. This one fucking rips. This game, though. And also, maybe the Alex Jones game might be a little too preachy. Maybe that game.
Please name one. Well, there's plenty out there. Do your research. One boss fight conservative gamers have never beaten. The follow-up question. I would have said Ground Branch, but then they implemented female operators into their realistic tactics.
First off, I just want to say, using Aird's theme or the Sector 5 Slum, will also Aird's theme. With the background music, nice.
Spec Ops shooter, and the devs are diligently defending their positions in every Steam thread about how realistic women in Tier 1 elite groups like Delta Special Activities Division. Clearly, being woke is more important to them than making actual content for the game. Can you believe it? Even recruitment propaganda isn't safe from all these realistic women and their DEI chins. Ghost of Tsushima is very traditional in its values. The only progressive element is the title character struggling with adopting dishonorable but effective tactics in the face of the more modern and adaptable Mongols.
What the fuck are you talking about? Did Masako just not exist?
This guy really saw a samurai in the year 1274 and was like, dude, this is exactly like the time my job asked me to put my pronouns in my email signature. But otherwise, it's very pro-tradition, pro-nationalism, and pro-martial
arts values?
There's female supporting characters, but they're bandits and archers, not samurai. There's no girl boss stuff. See guys, they don't actually have a problem with female characters in video games, as long as they're systematically inferior to men and can't financially support themselves. That is a-okay. Why stop it going back to the 1950s when we could go back 800 years instead? Keep regressing,
I'm sorry.
I say. Here's a similar question.
I'm sorry, I can't just go. It's my neurodivergent trait. I have so many tabs. Why did you guys let me open so many tabs? Good post, but Ghost of Tsushima. Lady Masako was in fact only survived member of Clan Adachi. She is an actually very important character to this. Like I can't. Hell, he learned how to be a ghost from the women in this game. I'm tab maxing. I am unmedicated maxing. That's what I am doing.
Asked in an albeit very different subreddit, are there any games that send a right-winged message? I'm not rightist, but I'm really curious about this because the great majority of games that care to leave a message are usually not pro-status quo, which isn't a problem to me. It's the exact opposite, just to be fair and square.
I like
Hogwarts Legacy.
I like how in this subreddit they have to be really clear. I'm not a rightist. And just so you know, most games that have a message aren't usually pro status quo, which is cool. I like that because I'm not a rightist. Yes, exactly. Yuna in Ghost of Yote and Ghost of Tsushima is a key figure. It's how he becomes the ghost.
Finally. I talked about this in my Woke Games video and how my partner and I were cracking up at the fact that Joanne's head was probably exploding at the default they-them pronouns. Hogwarts Legacy was actually listed as not recommended on the Woke content detector due to 1800 Scotland somehow having diverse LGBTQ+ characters in a game where you ride a broomstick and become a thestral breeder. In the game, you're suppressing a Goblin Rebellion. The minority goblin group is framed as the enemy for rebelling against their human oppressors to fight for freedom and equal rights. The goblins in the game and the books are also based on a bunch of anti-Semitic stereotypes. So
True.
there are two things that Hogwarts Legacy did really well. They really did recreate Hogwarts and the surrounding areas. If exploring Hogwarts...
Okay, I'm gonna say something straight up, and this isn't because I hate J.K. Rowling, although we all hate J.K. Rowling in this chat/community. I never gave a fuck about Hogwarts. I read the Harry Potter books, and I was never like, ah, man, I wish I could go explore this death fucking maze of a castle that has the staircases that changes like every hour. And if we don't know, whoopsies. And there's also a dungeon, but that maybe has like demons in it, and there's a giant chamber of secrets that has a massive snake in it. And like, I'm like, I would never grew up like, I wish I could explore Hogwarts. No, what the fuck? Like, they never made Hogwarts seem cool. It seemed like a place that you would die, literally. Without Voldemort's interference, Harry would probably naturally die just being in Hogwarts. Like, if he were to have stayed in Hogwarts like year round, he would have died. He would have opened up the wrong door and got immediately like Avada Kedavra by some defense fucking spell. Like, that's how I feel like Hogwarts is. Where's my whimsy? I have tremendous amounts of whimsy, but I also don't think Hogwarts as a school was fleshed out enough for me to want to go there. Like, really think about it. In the books, how much do they talk about the physical school of Hogwarts? The room of requirement. Like, it's not a world that's really well built to begin with. So like, you're just like, because like outside of Hogwarts, it's just London. Yeah, and there's a dead woman haunting your bathroom. But the prefects get like a bath and they're like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, I don't. And then the house point system makes no goddamn. I'm getting off topic.
Is what you wanted to do. The game delivers on that front. They also stayed very...
I'm sorry, the talking pictures, I would not like that. I would not like to be around talking pictures.
Faithful to the source material. And by that, I mean they recreated Joanne's
neoliberal
utopia
pit.
where nothing changes, and victories are always confined to returning to the status quo, no matter how harmful or problematic it might be. Suppressing a goblin rebellion is absolutely in the spirit of a book series where elves are slaves, and speaking out against that means you're an insufferable SJW. I gave the game a fair shot, really I did. I even looked past the fact that my favorite goblin character looked a bit too much like some of my family members, and then they killed him off before the game was even over. In retrospect, God, that game was also balls. Oh hey, looks like there's finally a subreddit just for conservative games.
Also, I want to just add to the fact that Hogwarts Legacy, like, it does stay in line with Joan's vision, because I don't know if you guys have ever watched or read up on the Fantastic Beasts series, but one of the plot lines in that series is basically letting World War II happen is a good outcome. And so I'm just going to leave that there.
With all of 12 weekly visitors. Wait, hold up.
Hold up!
So I assume this was intended to capitalize off of Steam's woke content detector. We now have an official website to track and identify all forms of insidious wokeness invading our safe spaces, called Worth It or Woke. And when you visit the site, you're greeted with a merch pop-up for their Quality Leering Center shirt. Mark my words, we will be hearing this joke in conservative stand-up specials for decades to come. I can already hear Rob Schneider working it into his next set, right after his "listen up liberal, my wife left me" jokes. You're also met with this...
By the way, real quick, because she mentioned Rob Schneider, his wife. Rob Schneider. eBay? What the fuck, no. Rob Schneider is 62 years old, right?
Rob Schneider and his wife divorced after 15 years of marriage. Okay. What the fuck? No. Now, this is very important. This is very important. This is very important. They were together for 15 years. Now, let's look at something interesting. Rob Schneider's wife's age. Patricia Snyder. They met in 2007. She was born in 1988. Reference, I was born in 89. So I'm a year younger than her, which means she's 37 now. They met in 2007. So if we just do some, we'll do math here in front of each other, right? 2007 minus 1988 is 19. It's 19, right? You're seeing it right here. 19 years old. You're probably not seeing it. 19. She was 19. She was 19 in 2007. 2007, since it's 2026, 2007. Again, just so people don't think I'm lying about my numbers, right? Just so you know, we're doing math. Also 19. I'm doing a bit also too. So 19. So if Rob Schneider is 62, 19 years ago was 43. So when he was 43 years old, he started dating a 19-year-old. And sure, people will go, hey man, she's of age, which gross but true. But then I would say, hey, he was not in his 30s because Rob Schneider is 62. He was in his 40s. He was 43 when they met because 2007 was 19 years ago. She was 19. For reference, she would have been at best a year removed from high school. And so, met her at 19. They married, 2011, right? Oh, sorry, 2010. So they met when she was 19. And when she was 22, they got married. At that point, he's 45. 46. And again, like I said, oh no, 2011 they got married. So I was right. Like I said, she's of age. Sure. But she is now 37 years old. I'll be 37 in November. He was 19. He was 43 years old. If we look at if we just do the math here, 25-year age gap. Now, you're 43. Why are you with a 19-year-old? Like, I know, yes, legally he's safe, but let's look at this from a more life perspective, right? You have, oh, thank you for subscribing. You have 25 years of on her. There is an entire there's an entire adult, a post-college grad gap between you two. This is a generational gap. He was born in 1963. She was born in 1988. When he met her, she still couldn't legally drink.
Like, I know again, people try to look at like, oh, but the age, like, yes, but look at the different points of life you're in. Like I said, I'm 36 now. If I were to date someone who was like 24, it'd be like, why are you with a 24-year-old? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I'm closer to 40 than I am to them. Sure, we might have the same hobbies and interests, but it's like, how are you around each other? You're at different points of your life. Like, you have different expectations, right? I look younger. Thank you. But she was, again, when she grew up, because we had this, she's a year older than me. When she was growing up, he was 25. So 25-year age gap, right? When she was born, he was 25. So when she was 5 years old, he was 30. When she was getting dropped off to school with her parents, he was in his 30s. Hell, he technically still could have been being dropped off by his parents when she met him. Ugh, it's just so gross. I know I got on a tangent, but he was in his 20s when she was a baby. When she wasn't alive, he was 24 years old. Like, put it this way. When she was born, if you want to look at it in terms of like video games, this is a gaming channel, the gap between them in that 25-year span. So when I was born in 89 until 2007, there was, let's forget about Amigas, all that shit, which she would have had too, right? Because she was all live in the 70s. Super Nintendo, or a Famicom if you're a weeb, Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, PlayStation 2, Nintendo 64, Xbox, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Wii. No, Wii came in 2008. Wait, PlayStation 3. So you had about 9 console cycles in 25 years. You went from literally 8-bit to HD. Like, here's when they met. You know what game came out in 2007? Fucking Mass Effect. Batman Arkham Asylum. Batman Arkham Asylum came out in 2007. Guitar Hero, Madden 08, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Like, these are the games that came out in 2007. Halo 2, GTA San Andreas. Like, these were the games. Yeah, like this is like, these fucking games came out. This is where we were in gaming when they got together. This is where we were in gaming when they got together. Games already looked like this. Uncharted, Heavenly Sword, Mass Effect, Lost Planet, Assassin's Creed, BioShock, which she mentioned in that video, God of War 2, like Halo 3, the third Halo game. Sorry, I missed Dreamcast, my bad. But like, you get the point. Like, these were the games. Yes, when he was 18, they had an Atari. When she was 18, we already had PlayStation 3s. Like, it's just so fucking disgusting to me, man. That shit always disgusts me.
This newsletter subscription pop-up, and
also, before the stream's over, we're gonna go to this website. This is Worth It or Woke.
never in my life have
Let me just cue it up. Okay, and then we'll finish this video. I'm gonna cue this up. Insane.
Have I been more proud to say that I am too woke? Here's what ChatGPT wrote for them. Comprehensive, conservative reviews of video games across genres and platforms. We rate for woke narratives, DEI influences, and family fun. There's that telltale M-dash. Helping gamers avoid agenda-laden titles.
I will say something. And it says from RPGs to shooters. What family fun shooters are people playing? Like family fun RPGs, yeah, there's the Mario RPGs. What family fun shooters are you guys playing? What shooter is fun for the whole family?
From RPGs to shooters, find games that prioritize skill, story, and escapism. You mean, like, video games? Well, first up on their homepage is my personal game of the year, Claire Obscure. So I'm sure they're thrilled about the mostly white cast, but complained about the option for man bun hairstyles. Based,
Nope, they're French.
0% woke. By the way, the principal reason why
Family-friendly
so many leftist
Doom.
media tried to say it's bad because lacks of inclusion, DEI, and things like that. Setting aside that this guy's reading comprehension turned my Google Doc into a paragraph of grammar check underlines, literally nobody has said that. The
Splatoon, and Slime Rancher. So they can play 2 video games, is what I'm hearing. They can play 2 family-friendly shooter games.
only people who think the game is bad is the anime profile pic brigade who forced themselves to hate it after it swept the Game Awards. One of the best games I've ever played.
E10 plus, that's only for 10 years up. That's not rated E for everyone, baby.
And thankfully, it was based. Read that before I bought it, and so glad I did. Read what? There are literally 0 critic reviews here, and the description is just saying what the game is. And even that isn't accurate. Mysterious plague? Shadowy organization? Hey, ChatGPT, if there was a game made by French people that looked like kind of dark and mysterious looking, what do you think it would be about? I don't actually want to play it because I'm worried it might be too woke. You're so right, Chad. What a brilliant idea. We'll come up with an answer together. The game takes place in France, so it might have something to do with a plague and a
Hey, you asked for answers. It's on YouTube. No, I'm not accepting the answer. What I'm saying though is you're limited if you're like, we're looking for games that are fun for the family, but also shooters. You have like 4 games you can play then.
shadowy organization. You're so very smart and funny, and always have the correct answers for things. Back when Assassin's Creed Shadows came out, a bunch of racist chuds just could not wrap their heads around Hideki Kamiya enjoying a game that has a black person in it. But what they didn't realize is that my goat, Hideki Kamiya, always delivers. Are those the words you came up with all your limited brain power?
He's so
By
good.
the way, have you finished your
He's so
school
good.
homework? It seems insects have even created poems. What a remarkable evolution. Get
So good at
eaten
this.
by a bird and turn into poop quickly and come out insect? It's amazing the creativity of these insects who can create original
Hideki
stories
Kamiya.
from just a few words of mine. Please continue to shout from the trash can. So I assume after getting read to filth by the former director of Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, they came to this website to drown their sorrows. It is
Oh
actually
my
very
God.
woke. The main character is a black person that Ubisoft tried to convince us actually exited, using sources that don't even exited, or even created a short time ago and put it in Wikipedia by a person who changed his name after. It feels very forced with this false inclusivity. They pushed so hard these stupid messages with people who didn't perform well developing, and that resulted in a boring, repetitive, and full of woke shit like body positive.
Wait. Why did they put an asterisk in between the W and O for woke? Like, why are they trying to censor woke but then just say
Body
shit?
type 1 and 2 instead
Oh
of
my
male
God,
and
this is so
female.
good.
That really the whole game. As a great man once said, please continue to shout from the trash can. As I neared the end of my research, I realized my time was running out, mainly because I had a deadline to post this video today per my sponsor. But just when I thought all hope was lost, I realized there was one place that I had not checked. Of course. How could I forget
DI detected.
good old Conservapedia.com? And would you
That's a
look at
thing?
that? They do, in fact, have an article about the greatest conservative video games. Just gotta, not again. So for those of you who haven't seen my Conservapedia video, it's the brainchild of Phyllis Schlafly's sixth kid who got fired from Wikipedia and decided to start his own version that's untainted by the woke mind virus. And I had some fun digging around this bizarre simulacrum of curated misinformation, which included everything.
No, you shouldn't have showed me this. Did you guys know about Conservapedia? I didn't know about that.
From the best arguments against homosexuality to Andy Schlafly's weird beef with the theory of relativity. And lo and behold, we have been blessed with the definitive list of conservative video games, using Olympics level mental gymnastics to
Ketchup Ultimate, everyone knows this. You guys, I have to learn so much all the time when I'm doing this shit. Give me a break. You know how much psychic damage I've taken since I started covering like grifters and shit? And just gaming discourse as a whole?
to reassure players that their favorite games are, in fact, not woke. Similar to the woke content detector, these games have been categorized as greatest conservative games, and games that are debatable whether conservative, like Animal Crossing, where our filthy capitalist pig landlord Tom Nook is lauded, but criticizes Christmas and Easter being replaced with politically—
No, I'm going to say something. I have a hot take, chat. I have a hot take. I don't think Tom Nook is a bad person, okay? Hear me out. Does he put you in debt? Yes. Okay? You have to pay him back. But you can kind of pay him back whenever. There's no interest on it. He's not like breaking your kneecaps. You have a place to stay. Do you have to pay him back? Of course. But he's not compounding it with interest. He's just saying, I gave you like 1 million bells, so you got to pay me back 1 million bells. And he doesn't say plus interest or principal. You just pay him back whenever. And he still lets you live, and you can furnish your home, and you can— Listen, Animal Crossing has become a fantasy because it is a system in which you are given a home, though for a monetary value, but are able to pay it back at your leisure with no negative consequence, unless you don't keep your eye on it up, then your neighbors and shit will move. But like, you still have a home. I wouldn't mind. And we have predatory college loans that increase every time you don't pay them, right? You have the principal you get to pay down. I'm just saying, it could be worse. He seems pretty chill about you just paying him back whenever.
correct terms like Toy Day and Bunny Day, because, as you know, no other culture besides American anywhere in the world ever. The mayor's secretary, Isabel, Tom Nook isn't the mayor. An eager and positive Shih Tzu is also the antithesis to a modern feminist. How? Why? She basically lives at her desk. Shouldn't she be at home in front of her ironwood kitchenette in that case? Now, for the greatest conservative games, we of course have the media illiteracy classics here. Like Metal Gear Solid.
Oh my God, the way that I said that with such confidence, and I just knew, Metal Gear Solid would have to be there. And again, you guys, I didn't watch this video. These people are just so dumb that I can predict what they're going to do.
Or Dead or Alive, or literally any game by Japanese devs who have absolutely zero interest in the American culture war. We've also got the standard military slop here as well, like Contra.
Exactly, Tom is not extracting value of our labor. Tom Nook, if anything, Tom Nook is a class trader to the rich, to the elites, because he sees us, our plight, but he still makes a profit, but his profit doesn't come at our exploitation. Tom Nook isn't collecting a tax on the money that I make. He's simply asking that I pay him back. That's it. That is it. Tom Nook might be low-key revolutionary. That's all I'm saying.
Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, Battlefield, though Battlefield 5 was called out for, quote, betraying
Women.
its fan base for the sake of being woke, allowing for female soldiers even though it historically inaccurate for non-Russian female soldiers in World War II. Ridiculous. Final Fantasy. You keep my wife's name out your f***ing mouth. The first game of the franchise has a simple tale of good versus evil. Well, I'm so glad they were able to simplify it for you then. I mean, that's kind of the premise of the entire Final Fantasy series, and every fictitious work ever that mirrors society. Devil May Cry series. You keep my wife's name out your f***ing mouth. Has messages about stopping demonic forces of hell and protecting humanity and having a heart with pro-family themes throughout the 5 games.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Did I miss the pro family themes in Devil May Cry? Because doesn't Virgil try to kill his brother in like every fucking game? Didn't in one game Virgil take the arm off his son? Didn't he cut Nero's arm off? Didn't he do that? Wasn't that not what he did? Like I guess yeah, Dante just won't kill his brother, but I wouldn't say Devil May Cry has a strong pro family theme. And like fighting demonic forces, you understand that you are also a demon, right? Like you're also a demon in Devil May Cry. You're half demon. Like you're fighting other demons, but you are still using the power of a demon to do that, right? Like that's I feel like.
Oh boy, nobody tell them about the DMC reboot, where Dante helps.
I was also gonna say, because they said the 5 games, I didn't mention the reboot, because the reboot, there is a straight up abortion in this game. I'm not being like hyperbolic. There are Virgil shoots a pregnant woman, Mundus' girl, in the stomach, knowing full well she's pregnant.
The goth baddie save the world. Batman Arkham series. The game stresses no violence and preferring players to use their wits to hide and stalk enemies.
Stalk enemies to do what? Stalk enemies. I'm sorry. The Arkham series, just the whole series, is
The
what?
game stresses no violence.
No violence. Remember, no violence.
Boys, he's just one. Come on, boys, he's just one man. One man dressed like a lunatic and armed with a key. Go get him!
No.
Hey, that's go
Go easy on him, huh?
for me. Oh, no, like it. Do your work.
No violence. No violence. No violence. Okay. All right. No violence in the Batman game where he can hit you with the car. where he can paralyze you by giving you severe spinal
and
damage.
preferring
Got it.
players to use their wits to hide and stalk enemies rather than engaging in immediate violence. Batman never kills anyone, preferring to knock enemies out and leave them to be captured by police. Too bad that $80 billion ICE bill doesn't include mandatory copies of the Arkham games for training. Among Us, imposters are an allegory for how liberals and immigrants infiltrate.
Among Us? Among Us is about how liberal. Do you know who Outer Sloth or Inner Sloth is? The people who made the game. What?
Great society into greater culture. Crewmates follow conservative ideals of hard work, completing tasks, while the imposters merely pretend to work and must be deported. Is that what you picked up from it? This is like when Kanye went on that rant about how he's exactly like Vanellope from Wreck-It Ralph.
Y'all ever seen Wreck-It Ralph? Yeah. You remember how that girl in there, the people that was racing, she was the glitch. Yeah. You telling me they don't look at me like the motherfucking glitch? And she was on the side of the video game.
And finally, we have my personal favorite category, debatable whether great. The only entries for this section are the Home Alone games, which I was today years old when I found out about them, and I was also today years old when I learned that Home Alone is, quote, the greatest conservative film of the same name. I am so glad I consulted Conservapedia about this though, because just when I thought this might be a fun and funny game for me to stream someday, the article informed me about the poor graphics and shallow gameplay, or that Home Alone 2 takes many liberties with the source material and has very flawed game design. Is this your way of saying Donald Trump isn't in it? Because if so, that is a main selling point for me. Boy howdy, is there really no definitive source for conservative games? I mean, there's no definitive source for liberal games either, because they don't actually exist. Same way
love this
how
so much.
traditional family values don't exist, but we already knew that. All that's happened is conservatives politicized basic human decency because their lives suck around these games and they need a scapegoat for being unable to enjoy their goddamn hobbies. Especially if they get banned from Xbox Live, like some people.
What do you mean Freddy Fazbear's listed in the Epstein files? What do you mean by that? What do you mean Jeffrey Epstein was sharing 4chan links to spicy images of Five Nights at Freddy characters in his emails? What do you mean by that? What do you mean that Jeffrey Epstein was banned from Xbox Live because he refused to help Bill Gates cover up the very STI that Jeffrey Epstein helped Bill Gates contract? What do you mean by that?
Jesus Christ.
Sometimes I don't like the fact I am literate, in some instances bilingual, because I had to both see and hear. Not only did Epstein do spicy links for Freddy Fazbear, which I had already known, but that he was kicked off of Xbox Live because he wouldn't help Bill Gates with an STI. Like I didn't know that facet of that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein was such a Xbox gamer that to punish him for not covering up Bill Gates, the at the time owner of Microsoft, who contracted an STI by engaging with illicit and lewd acts with a underage child, caught an STI at Epstein Island, and then Epstein wouldn't help him cover it up. I didn't know that was why he got. I think that's why he got banned. I just thought that Epstein, like, I didn't even know Epstein had an Xbox Live account. So I'm
think we should just finish the video.
Here are some winning comments from the last video. Naomi Starlight 6178 says, Milo Yian blah 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 looks like he's always trying to speed run every bad mall haircut from the 2000s. Kylora 2112 says, what's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Donald Trump has never had a garbanzo bean on his face. Radis Queer says,
That's funny.
I hate you equivocating Joe Biden to Goro Kechi, and I hate you even more for being right. I love the fact that I can make jokes like that, and I will have a significant portion of my audience actually understand that reference. That's not something you can do with stand-up, by the way. You too could be featured in the next video. Leave a comment below. I will pick my favorite ones and give you also get another cool make snakes rule.
Well, I don't get those comments. I have an echo chamber. I have not recovered. What do you mean he's also did Fortnite? You're saying, oh, that can't be. Why I type Jeff Epstein like I know him personally? Jeffrey Epstein. There's no way he played Fortnite. There's no fucking way. As been reported, Fortnite account sparks a wave of conspiracy theories. Wait a minute. Littlest Jeff. He was on YouTube too? Oh, it's fake. Okay. Okay, it's fake. Thank God. Thank God Fortnite. Thank God Fortnite is safe from Jeffrey Epstein. But not FNAF, right? FNAF is not safe. Oh, the finest is Freddy message board has to be in shambles. Right? It has to be in shambles. It has to be in shambles. Wait. Okay, so the Epstein files, he got the mercy. Okay, so it was Overwatch. In one of his emails, a person asked Epstein where he got the Mercy NSFW character from Overwatch. Epstein links it there from 4chan, from which he got said as an SFW. The FNAF NSFW that is being linked to Epstein is from that thread. Oh, okay, so it's not. Okay. So why isn't Overwatch in the fucking? Why wasn't Overwatch mentioned in this shit? Okay, they did. No direct links to Overwatch. He was gooning over Mercy. Okay, all right. I don't want to end my stream with this depressing shit. Like, not saying I don't care about this because obviously I do greatly. He's a fucking pedophile. I hope he's burning in hell forever, and I hope the people on that list also get arrested and prosecuted. But I gotta see. The Muppet Show season 1. Worth It or Woke? They do movies? Oh, no, they don't. If it ain't woke, don't miss it. That doesn't even go. Wait, Melania? Did they review Melania? What Veta critics said from Cross the Web are saying nothing. Overall, I'm happy I saw this movie and it gave us a glimpse into the life of Flotus. This movie is a little long and boring at times, and some scenes felt overly scripted. One of the song renditions, Amazing Game, was very odd and distracting. Plus, near the middle, there was a strange shift to start interspersing old-time video shots for no apparent reason. We have been hoping for a little more meat to the content of the movie, but it was interesting to see things from. They just said this was a bad movie. They're literally saying. They're literally saying this is a bad movie. This is a bad movie, but they're overall happy and they have nothing positive to say about this. The most positive thing they say about the Melania movie is Trump being Trump brought some humor to the film, which also helped pass the time. If you have to describe a movie with this help pass the time, not a good film. Just saying. But they have like a gaming section at least. Video. I like how it's reviews and it's film and TV, kids shows, and a video game. I like video game. Okay, she covered Claire Obscure. What about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? They have to have something from here, right? There's a lot of stuff out there. Only so many of us. Don't wait till we get to it. If you saw it, rate it. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a 2025 action review developed by War Studios. Open world game features a detailed medieval setting with towns, forests, and castles. Players engage in first-person melee and range combat and dialogue-driven choices, which skills like swordsmanship and alchemy living up to use. Yeah, this is straight up fucking ChatGPT. Are there things even rated? Audience only woke ratings as opposed to anything. If they keep showing this fucking ad, I don't want this. Game Pass. Claire Obscura. Claire Obscura is not just on Game Pass. That's weird. Okay, PS5 seems to be their most they have to say. Dragon Quest. They didn't even rate it. This is such a bad website. Oh my god, I can't even get. Let's go to Old Reliable. Wait, where's my DEI watchdog? This is my. How's DEI watchdog doing? I feel like I haven't watched this in a long time. Latest games, you guys. Unknown 9. Split Fiction is barely woke. That's a lie. That's a lie. Disco Elysium is barely woke. This has got to be kidding. You got to be kidding. You got to be kidding. Disco Elysium, would they call you a coward if you have a like liberal leaning in the game? Single political view. Are you kidding? Frequent anti-liberal messaging. You understand this is making fun of you, right? This isn't. Oh my god. They said it contains overtly pro-LGBTQ, but it's only 1.9 woke? What? Modern political messages is a 4 out of 5, and yet the total game scored a 1.9 out of 2. A 2 out of 5 for woke. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's no way in any universe Disco Elysium is less woke than Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. I don't think these people's criteria is actually consistent. There's no way. Also, half the website's broken. You won't show Sex with Hitler. Huh. Surprisingly, Sex with Hitler, not woke. This game is an accurate and rich depiction of the Nazi leader Adolf Hitler.
They can't even meme right. Yeah, I know you can be a bisexual communist in Disco Elysium, which is why I'm so confused. Why they're just like, no, there's actually, it's not woke. Oh, but I wonder why Ghost of Yote is probably mega woke, right? Ghost of Yote hasn't been reviewed. But they have. Oh, this website is so fucking busted, dude. This website is so broken that half the shit doesn't even load. No one comes here. I think they've lost it. I think they've lost the juice. Ah, you hate. All right, let me see if DI Detect is working. This is the OG of them. This is the one where it's. I mean, they're still here. They're still trying to do Sweet Baby Inc. Nintendo pulls indie cyberpunk roguelite The Great Billion days before release. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why Nintendo doesn't want to be associated with the literal white Europa like identitarian game. Wouldn't fighting games be considered woke to them? No. Because in fighting games you could beat up women, which is like so awesome and cool and the manliest thing you can do. I love how they do this game Abathur. Like no one's playing this game. Like no one's played like the games that they recommend. It's so funny to me because they has like zero motion. And this is not to like shit on the game at all. Because I haven't played it, but it's like the games that they promote, like this is what real gamers want. Abathur was also in the Real Game Awards, by the way, without their consent. So again, this is not me shitting on the developer of Abathur, but like without their consent. And they peaked at 51. But then all the games were like, this is woke and level 3, and it's fucking Alan Wake 2. Wait, how is Concord less woke than Alan Wake 2? What is this? Oh man. So if you're new to this channel or to my content, I used to cover this extensively. The woke detectors, the DI detected. This guy Cabrutus, the guy who owns the site, he is so like on Steam, they have a lot of people following them, but it doesn't amount to anything here because their impact is non-existent. He basically started this because he saw the trailer for God of War Ragnarok, and he hadn't played a God of War game since the first 3 games. And so he saw a black woman in God of War Ragnarok and was like, I don't like this. And I'm not exaggerating. That is literally why he started this crusade. So anytime there's black people or queer people, automatically too woke. Lilith won the prize. Yeah, for Nightmare Cart. I know. I covered it. Like, okay, to show you how not serious these people are, they already have a score for the Wolverine game, which isn't even out. It gets an automatic level 2 wokeness, level 2 DEI. Mind you, level 2 is the second to worst level you can have. And a game that hasn't even come out yet is already at level 2 because Sweet Baby Inc. is attached to it. Like, this is level 3 because there's a black person. And because they're saying he's not a samurai, even though he was a samurai. Like he was a samurai. And their whole thing is this. The whole thing is just this historical revisionism. Not because of the shit that happens in the game doesn't happen in real life, right? Because obviously not. But because Yasuke was called a samurai. Like, And one person expressed skepticism, but the vast majority of other professors, and including Japan itself, has referenced Yasuke the samurai for literal decades. In fact, the design of one of the best boys in Guilty Gear is based, obviously, off of Yasuke. Like, he is designed off of Yasuke, right? Yasuke's been in Japanese culture for decades. But because these people are so unbelievably racist, they went and found the one person who was like, I don't think he was a samurai, and that's what they ran with. Like, it's like their whole thing is, he was not a samurai. He was not a samurai. But they don't do this shit for literally anyone else. And this got a level 3 for historical revisionism in an Assassin's Creed game in the same series where you can fist fight the Pope. They're gonna dock Assassin's Creed Shadows, but they don't have, and then they have Assassin's Creed Valhalla in here. Why? Because they've worked with Sweet Baby. That's it, and it also gets to level 3 for just working with them. They don't even talk about the historical revisions happening in this game. But the one with the black person, oh yeah, well, because it's historically inaccurate. Yeah, this website is also complete dog shit. It's every game that you think they would hate, they hate. Like, every game you think they'd hate, they hate. And then every game that they know is good, they'll lie about it. Elden Ring, of one of the traditional male and female. Elden Ring is also centered around women being the most powerful, the most capable. The strongest boss in the base game is a woman who is so powerful she's able to beat Radon by nuking the whole area, but still, like, Millennia is powerful. Most of the women are of extreme importance, but they're going to say, it's only level 1 woke because of body types. Because they don't do any sort of analysis of anything. It's just whatever they feel like it. We like Elden Ring, so we'll keep it. Final Fantasy Remake is level 1 woke. Because they don't want, these motherfuckers are pedophiles. This is a 15-year-old girl. And so they just covered up her cleavage. That's it. That's it. And they were like, implicit censorship. Square Enix decided that Tifa's breasts were now offensive, and 4 years after the remake's release, they patched and censored the version of her chest. Of course, I'm joking. We all know they actually hate men looking at attractive women, even fictional ones. Like, fucking losers. Politically correct narrative changes. And it's like, they made this shit better. I cringed hard at this section, and I was really afraid of this guy actually kissing Cloud at any moment during a cutscene. But because they're homophobic, given how famous the cross-dressing was in the original Final Fantasy VII, we were aware that people would have high expectations for remake. We knew we had to do it in a way that both lived up to expectations, but also took modern sensibilities into consideration. For example, fans these days expect stories and dialogue in games to go beyond stereotypical depictions of gender. Through Andrea's lines and the lyrics of the backing track, Stand Up, we tried to build a positive and supportive message for Cloud during his cross-dressing scene. And they're upset about this. Because in the original, this shit was all played as a joke. And Andrea wasn't the character. This is why. This is why they're mad. Like, when I tell these people are extremely unserious, this is what I mean. Like, again, he thinks God of War Ragnarok is woke, and it is only because of Angerboda. It says Sweet Paper Inc. but he did because of Angerboda. There's an interview that he did that was specifically about Angerboda. And of course, the Spider-Man games are woke because there's a black character in it. Like, again, everything you think about, the answer is yes.
Why is it woke? Minorities. That's why it's woke. Why is this Usual June's woke, a game that hasn't come out yet? Because it's not a Sweep of Ink. That's it. That's why. As long as this site's been up and they've only covered 61 games, these people also are dying. They're dying to have an impact, and it's just not there. Because this is his weird YouTube page. This is his YouTube page, right? 31,000 subscribers. Yeah. And this is his output. 31,000 subscribers. 31,000 subscribers. Can't really see when he had the juice for a little bit right here. 1 year ago. 58K views. And then he went to Japan. One of the best videos he's ever put out. And I think he deleted it. But he went to Japan over Assassin's Creed. Oh, here it is. This is the best video you will ever see. Anytime you guys feel like it's hopeless and these losers are winning, I want you to watch this video. I don't care if this video gets a million views. You have to watch this video because quite literally, everyone he interviews doesn't care. Like, it's so awesome.
If I can interview them one per time,
like,
because
watch.
I would like to interview them to ask for their answers.
Okay. はい。この後にちょっと日本語このをくださればと
They're
お
showing
願いします。
they're showing the trailer for Assassin's Creed
I
Shadows.
use the game.
一応こんな感じですっていうことです。
From the same river.
So watch, like, right. Watch the whole trailer?
わけではないんですけど思いますか。まあ
Like,
ちょっ
watch.
とはい。
After watching this trailer, do you think that was a good representation of I said Japan word, Japan's culture and history?
表すには適切だと
I'm
思い
reading
ます
it
か
because I'm blocking part of it.
と思いますか。
まあそこまで
I'm not super detailed on Japanese culture, but I didn't think there was anything strange with it. So right off the bat, they were like, oh, we're going to get such good content. People are like, I don't really care. This doesn't look bad or anything. I'm not really super interested in Japanese culture and Japanese history. This is good, but this is the video I want people to watch on their own time because it perfectly encapsulates that these losers who think they have so much influence and power are in these hyper closed off bubbles. And when they come to reality, they see that normal people don't care about this. Like, the one most ironic part is the guy's talking about how does this treat Japanese culture and does it represent Japanese culture, where he's asking a guy wearing a shirt in English. Like, so his question here is, what did you think about the characters? Do you think they represent Japanese culture or if they fit
日
in?
本の文化にすいません日本の文化を表す感じとか、まあ、登場してなんかやっぱ変なのか、まあ大丈夫別に問題はないかなってと。
なるほど。まあでも、なんだろうな。難しい。
That's difficult. I didn't find much strange with them, but feels like it mixes foreign like aspects with Japan in a good way. Like, already the first person, we are only 4 minutes into a 19-minute video, and it continues this way to such a degree that he ends up interviewing his own cameraman. Like, look at this shit.
Future and Japanese people.
今のトレーラーを見て
After watching the trailer, it's set in the Sengoku period, but do you think it's a good and accurate representation of the period of Japanese history and culture?
設定は日本の戦国時代ですけど、その日本の歴史や文化の適切、まあ、正確な表現になっていると思いますでしょうか。なってます。
I think it is. Like, this, again, this was supposed to be like because this happened during the time I wrote this. God, this is so good because I know he's seething at how this video turned out. Like, he wanted Japanese people to be offended, but like, why would they be? He had to ask his cameraman because he couldn't get what he wanted, and the cope now is Japanese people are too polite to say how they really feel, even though these guys were using random Japanese YouTube comments as proof. Thank you for highlighting that no one gives a shit about this, and you're just an outrage merchant. The video should be renamed "Culture War Tourist Realizes That He Lives in the Bubble." Like, yes, he literally has to interview his own cameraman.
ですけど、ご存知でしょうか?
The samurai shown in the trailer is a historic figure. Do you know who he is?
どなたなのか?
知らない。
知らない。
知らないっす。
知らないです。なるほどです。知らないです。はい。わかりました。
Okay, that's all.
もう大丈夫。質問。No more questions?
No more questions.
はい。じゃあ質問は以上で。
And the thing he got from this was just like, they don't know who Yasuke is, which is the equivalent of if I told you there was like a Brazilian general who fought in one of our wars in America. I'd be like, you don't know about the story of like, you know, like Juan Sergei or whatever, who was like an immigrant via Brazil but came from Spain or some shit. They'd be like, like, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, that comment here did ratio the whole video. Like, no one here is on his side. Like, not a single person. No one is on his side. And so then he has to interview his own. This is the pathetic part.
Strong. But I think that there's still someone around here who still has to be interviewed.
Nani?
Like, yeah, he interviews his fucking cameraman, the guy who's already on his side. But like, I love this video so much. I love this video so much because it proves what I've been saying for the longest time, is that these people think that they have so much support because they are stuck on the internet. But when they go to the real world and interact with real humans who have other pressing concerns, no one gives a shit. All of his videos right now, in the last year, so that was a year ago, the most views he has gotten, mind you, he has 31,000 subscribers. The most views he's gotten was 6.8. And that was just about High Guard. Everything else is barely cracking 2K. Brazilian quartering. But like, everything that he has, again, 31,000 subscribers. Am I agreed? No, 1.7, 1.3, 1.3, 3,000, 2,000, 1.5, 2.6, 2.9, 6.8. This has been his peak. 6.8 has been his peak for, yeah, we just go by views. Go by most popular, right? Look at this. He went from 58 within the same year. Within the same year, he went from 58K to, damn, dude, to 5K to 4K. He went from 58K views to 4K in 1 year. His latest video, cultural shift. Why waifus are taking over modern culture, which has been a thing for decades. Like, he's already out of date on this shit. And he doesn't understand anything. He doesn't understand that he was only popular because of the sweet baby thing. When people stop caring about that, they stop caring about him. And you know how I know this? Because he has 31,000. I have 6.9. And almost every single one of my videos besides this one here has done multiple times better than his videos, with not even half his subscriber base. And it's like, hell, within this past month, I had a video that had 11K. Right here, 3 weeks ago. He hasn't touched
And yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit like petty here because I hate these people and what they did and like what they're trying to profit off of. But he hasn't touched 11K since last year. Like 3 months ago, he got 10K. A year ago, he got 11K. So yeah, since last year, he's not popping. He had one pop up, and that was it. And that's why I always tell people who want to do like the immediate grifting, this shit is not sustainable. You guys get a little bit of attention. You get a little bit of attention, and then they think like, oh yeah, I made it. And it's like, no, dude. The people who have made it, so to speak, had already had a large platform. They had already had an audience, like the Critical Drinkers, the Nerd Rocks. Those guys already had a large platform. But even like Geeks and Gamers and shit, their shit's tanking. Which is why they abandoned their one channel and they went somewhere else. But they don't understand that this shit is not sustainable. Like it's just not. And they're seeing it, and now they have to pivot. But they can't. Like they simply can't. And so it makes me laugh. It makes me smile seeing them fucking essentially fail. And seeing other content creators who put in the work, who are debunking this shit and just putting out good content, steadily, slowly increasing and getting more support and more subscribers and all that stuff. Like, that shit makes me happy. But it's fucking... It's almost midnight. I've been streaming for 6 goddamn hours. So I think it's time. I think it's time for me to stop the stream. Oh my god. Who let me stream this long? Gamertron Show and the Guna YouTuber even went up to shut. Yeah, I'm saying everyone hates these people. Like, everyone hates these people. And you can be like a little bit mean to them now because people are starting to realize that these people suck, which I've been on for over a year now. But everyone hates these people. Everyone hates them. We all did, right? Everyone fucking hates them. Everyone hates these people. And I love the fact now that everyone has decided to just bully them. Because that's all you really got to do. Like, you just got to bully them. Not everyone, but these people. These people deserve it. All they put out is hate. All they put out is divisiveness. And then they'll accuse people like me who are just like, hey, why don't we focus on shit that matters? To being like, oh no, I'm the grifter. Honestly, that's my favorite thing ever. I love when I get called the grifter because I'm like, what am I selling you? Like, what am I selling you guys? What product am I pitching to you? I don't make you give me super chats. I don't force you to subscribe. I don't force you to do anything. I'm not constantly throwing money around. I'm not talking about how much money I need or anything like that. I'm not selling you anything. Like they can't believe that like people just hate them. And I'm like, I do. I'm a real hater. They're new to this shit. I'm true to this shit. I'm a real hater for this shit. But you know who I don't hate? You. You? I don't hate. I actually appreciate you guys. And I appreciate you so much that I streamed for 6 straight hours. So I think I earned a little break. So I'm going to end the stream here. I will catch you guys. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream next weekend. I'll let you know, like I always do. But go to sleep. Oh my God, it's midnight. It's gotta be midnight where you guys are at, or like super fucking early. So go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep. We're all gonna sleep. Not together though, because that'd be weird. But let's go. Good night, everyone. Thank you. And if you haven't followed me on Twitch, please, for the love of God, follow me on Twitch. You don't have to subscribe on Twitch, although I won't say no, but just please follow me on Twitch too.